5th of March 2024 Infrastructure and Transport Committee meeting. We will open our meeting with a karakia. We'll put that on the board. This is our council karakia. Did you say yep? That's right. We can, oh, yeah. Kia inoi tātou, tuia e ronga, tuia e raro, tuia e roto, tuia e waho, tuia ngai kamahi o te kaunihera o Kirikiriroa, whaia te iti, ka kuring, kia u, kia mau, kia ita, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Kia ora everyone, welcome. Right, I have apologies from Councillor Huaki for full absence, Councillor Tawariki for lateness, although he will be joining us on Zoom. Are there any other apologies? There are none. So with that, I'll move the apologies be received, seconded by Councillor Van Osten. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. I'm just going to, just two things before I go to Amy, who will explain one of the items in C5 and how we'll deal with that. During lunch, we have an update from the General Manager. If we can just take 5 minutes in the tea room, councillors, committee members, for a quick update. And the second thing, what was the second thing for me? No, that was it. Sorry. And I'll also be adding a little bit of a verbal update on something that occurred yesterday in terms of the GPS to my report, and then hand over to the General Manager as well to comment on that. That's straight off the press. But Amy, if you can please talk to us about the process for C5. Thank you.
Morena, everybody. So as we communicated last night via email, there are matters relating to commercial sensitivity, risks, legal implications within the item of C5. However, we are also very aware of the high interest in the matter, so the suggestion was that we take questions first in the public excluded session, and following that we could move into the open session for any remaining questions, the debate and the vote on the matter, so that it is the best of both worlds.
So we're all comfortable with that approach? Councillor Taylor, you raised it in emails last night. We were still up at 9:30 looking, but we didn't respond.
Yeah. Wanted you to have an evening, sorry.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Amy. Look, I think that's probably a really good, pragmatic compromise, so thank you for coming up with it. I appreciate your effort on that.
Okay, so with that, I'll move those slight changes to the agenda, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. There are none opposed. It's carried. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? There are none. Okay, now we're moving to the public forum. That's run sheets are in front of us. The
first one is Ryan, who is on Zoom.
Okay, so all right, and upon the advice of governance, we are limited to 2 minutes to enable more members of the community to speak. The list is in your run sheet. That won't allow us time for questions. As Chair understanding orders, I have determined it that way, so that is also kind of what we've been doing when we have a full public forum. And that's it. All right. Oh, and also some of the written submissions, committee members will be on page 72 of Diligent that accompany the public forum. I just remind those that are going to speak that this is our city chambers and that we welcome your views, but we do have standing orders and we do need to show each other respect, and we are here to listen. So with that, I welcome our MP, Ryan Hamilton. And I will be the bell for you. You're very familiar with our chamber processes, Ryan, but I will be the ding-ding bell.
Very good.
So we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I hope to finish before you have to ding-ding, but greetings to you all. Tēnā tātou te whare. It's great to be back with you, and wish you all the best for the upcoming 10-year plan deliberations. I don't envy your challenges in front of you. Look, today I just want to quickly highlight that I support the revocation. I think it's at item 7 in your agenda, particularly around the Grey Street Beale intersection. Obviously, I've supported reasonable investment in cycle lanes and that sort of thing over the last few years, but just feel this is a step too far with the loss of 18 car parks, critically affecting the patronage of the Cancer Society and the volunteers, but also, of course, the retail cafe up the road. And so I hope that with the revocation, I'm not opposed, of course, to safety improvements in that area. It is a high intense area, particularly in peak traffic, but I think something more considered with less attrition of those car parks could be achieved. And from what I could understand, there was no wider consideration given to the impacts on the broader network. And obviously there's peak traffic there over that bridge, which is a massive bottleneck. So I just encourage the continuation of that revocation, but with a review to look at something a little more considered and hopefully a bit more time to engage with those stakeholders in the area. Also, just for your awareness, I did put out a petition a few weeks ago. I won't submit it today because of the standing orders requirements, I think, of 2 weeks and a whole bunch of implications. But to give you a high level, within 2 weeks, 585 local residents had signed it. And that was really just around signalling to council the speed in which the community is feeling the raised safety platforms, cycle lanes, and in particular in-lane bus stops are being brought about. Also in the revocation, I note that there is it includes the Abbotsford Street intersection or Abbotsford Street crossing, which I do support, and my colleague, Minister Potaka, also. But I did see what looked like an attempt to bring in an in-lane bus stop into Ulster Street, which I really struggled to see the logic of.
Sorry, finish your sentence, Ryan.
Yeah, so look, that's essentially it. I support the revocation, just not the in-lane stop proposed for Ulster Street also.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, MP Ryan Hamilton. It's really good to see you in the chamber in your new role, and congratulations again. Thank you, kia ora.
Thank you.
Right, our next submission is Paul Perry. And you need to come down here. Thank you. And again, you have 2 minutes, Paul. And also please state what item you are speaking to.
Thank you. I'm talking about the pedestrian platform, the roundabout, the changing of the car parks at Beale Street. So we part own a building at 510 Grey Street. There are 4 businesses that occupy our building. The thrust of the letter that went out late November was focused on safety and quoted 37 vehicle accidents reported in 13 years. That's 2.8 accidents a year. With the volume of traffic that go around that area, that should be lauded and applauded, not used as an excuse to put up more obstacles in the city. There's 32 businesses in that stretch whose customers, staff and residents use those car parks. Those car parks will be used right now. The Beale Street all-day parks will be full. The church people use the car parks when they attend their services I was there on Sunday night doing some weeding, and the car parks out in front of the medical centre on Grey Street were full. I also noted the parishioners walking across the road, not at the traffic lights just south of what's proposed, but just straight across the road. So we're against any change to the car parks. The pedestrian platforms, there is 60 metres south of the proposed 4 pedestrian crossings. There is a pedestrian crossing with traffic lights, and about 80 metres north of the extra roundabout proposed, there is a set of traffic lights for pedestrians. The data that council use, I would question. I've seen some mapping with some squiggly lines. Sending someone down for a few hours here and there is very unscientific. Council should use time of use cameras to justify some of the expenses. The speed humps create calm. When you're out driving, committee, do you feel calm when you go over these speed humps or raised platforms?
Okay.
And you're broke. There's no money.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Paul. I just remind the public forum, it's quite difficult for online people to hear as well, so if you can just please be quiet as we're listening to submitters. Thank you. Peter Boss, have you arrived? No. Okay. Helen Carter. Good morning, Helen. 2 minutes. Thank you. And Helen, if you can just say which item you're speaking to. Thank you.
Kia ora, I'm Helen Carter, CEO, Waikato Bay of Plenty Cancer Society. Thank you for the opportunity to present on Grey Street and Beale Street. We support the revocation. Cancer Society has been a community hub at Grey Street for 25 years, offering critical cancer services. So right now we coordinate 51 local volunteer drivers providing free transport to treatment to around 160 cancer patients. And over the last year, these amazing volunteers have provided about 1,400 drives to treatment. It's all coordinated from Grey Street. So our view on the proposal is that, broadly speaking, we're not against safety as long as it's sensible. About this process, we felt the proposed changes were thrown at us with limited consultation, and specifically the change would negatively impact our ability to conduct business and support loved Hamiltonians going through cancer. I'm going to speak to 2 of those points. So sensible safety, we're all in the room for sensible safety. And there's a perfectly safe major pedestrian crossing a few metres down the road, and I look at those people every day and see school kids and adults using it incredibly well. In regards to negatively impacting the Cancer Society, most importantly and close to home, our volunteer drivers, cancer patients and whānau frequently visit our Grey Street office during the day to access critical support services, advice, transport to treatment and support groups. Convenient and easily accessible car parking on a daily basis is essential to these services. The majority of our long-serving volunteers are service-minded retired Hamiltonians, and by proceeding with this intersection change as planned, there would be no or limited car parking for our amazing volunteers and cancer patients to easily access our office. So that sums up our submission, because quite frankly, our clients do have enough to deal with in their daily lives just fighting cancer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very clear submission, Helen. Thank you. Next submitter, John McDonald. Morning, John. You have 2 minutes.
Kia ora. Today I'm going to address item 7 regarding the Grey Street, Beale Street intersection improvements and the Abbotsford Ulster Street intersection improvements. Stopping these 2 projects is welcome as a small step towards halting and reversing the intentional degradation which has been imposed on our city's transport network. However, this revocation does not go far enough. The majority of Hamiltonians travel by automobile. Hamilton City Council's own data indicates a significant drop in numbers cycling on rainy days. Much of the cycling community appear to be only fair weather friends of Hamilton City Council's mode shift and vehicle kilometre travel reduction aims. Many cyclists will travel by automobile on rainy days and might view the raised safety platforms as additional speed bumps from the perspective of an automobile traveller. What Hamilton City Council describes as improvements and upgrades are not viewed as improvements by very many automobile travellers. Those words indicate a project that will result in fewer car parks, a rougher journey with more raised platforms and other speed humps, lower speed limits, often combined with confusing road markings and additional obstacles. Most of these new installations are viewed as negative changes by automobile travellers. Given that discouraging the use of private vehicles and using disincentives to support mode shift are clearly parts of Hamilton Waikato Metro Area Mode Shift Plan 2020, we can reasonably assume that degenerating and degrading the travel experience of those using automobiles is an intention of some within the bureaucracy. Focusing just on the raised features, these vertical deflection traffic calming measures, to use a technical term, the raised platforms, raised roundabouts, etc., these were part of the two projects being revoked today from the 7th of March agenda. Fewer raised traffic calming measures being installed is likely an improvement from a perspective of an automobile traveller. These raised traffic calming features are more expensive installations, more difficult to remove,
wrap up now,
and
please.
physically, economically and psychologically punishing for automobile travellers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a clear submission. All right, Peter Boss, I saw you come in. Good morning, welcome. Thank you. Peter, because we've got a full public forum, so we've reduced it to 2 minutes, but I know you can hit the salient points in that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was
Yes, a slide.
that's the one. Thank you. Good morning. When does the clock? Okay, good morning. In the Netherlands and Germany, most people drive to work. The percentages are similar to in New Zealand. Dutch cities, by design, make it easy for people to drive to work, but making it easy for others to use other modes of transport. While in Germany, you'll find extremes. The German city of Hagen is known as the most bicycle-unfriendly city in Germany. Visiting Hagen Central City, there are many empty shops, and I saw an ageing customer base. The German city of Oldenburg has a higher percentage of people biking than Dutch cities. Visiting Oldenburg city centre, you'll see retail everywhere and find a mix of young and older people, many who have bussed or biked there. Retail is different in these cities because of the priorities of local leaders. In Hamilton, 20% of the people are too young to drive, and the main means of travel to education is by foot, bike and bus, which is double the percentage of people travelling to work. Cities that are attracting young people to the city centre know that most people are not going to drive there. There are 180,000 people living in Hamilton, of whom 58% are working. Of these, 77% drive to work. However, over half, 100,000 of Hamilton's population do not drive to work or places of education. Hamilton in 1988 had 33%.
Sorry, Pete, just stop the clock. Sorry, I can't hear when the members of the public forum because it echoes through the ceiling here. So please, can we just be respectful of speakers? Thank you. Sorry, Peter, we'll start the clock again.
Hamilton in 1988 had 33% of students biking and 44% walking to school. After decades of pushing a car-friendly mode shift spending, this has declined to 5% biking, 22% walking, making it harder for those that need to drive to work. Please include the 55% of the people who are using transport network for purposes other than driving to work, and do not promote more mode shift to cars by making other modes dangerous. Thank you. End.
Great, thank you. And now we have the rain to deal with as well. All right, thanks everyone. Melissa Smith, are you on Zoom? Here we go. Morena, Melissa. Melissa, we're down to 2 minutes today, so I will ding you when the time is up.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask for a ding ding.
Yeah, you can't hear it. Yeah.
The bell over. Thank you. I'm Morena Koto. I'm Melissa. I'm of course speaking on behalf of Bike Waikato, and I'm speaking to item 7 this morning. And firstly, I just wanted to extend my wishes. I hope those of you who biked in this morning didn't get too wet. I unfortunately got caught in the rain. You can see my hair is still drying. So I'm speaking to item 7 this morning, and I do not.
Sorry, Melissa, I'm going to stop you
revocation.
just for 1 second. Could you just look? I can't hear, and I'm sure other members are giving me the nod. They can't hear when you're speaking. We've been very polite and respectful and remained quiet through all the public submissions. Please, I ask that you be fair to everyone. Thank you.
Nobody's speaking back here.
They are. I can hear them. Yeah.
No, we're not.
Yeah, look, as I said, I can hear through, the sound goes up and straight over here, and these members are saying they can hear, members up the back are saying they can hear, so. I apologise, Melissa, the time will start again, so carry on.
Thank you. I am speaking to item 7. Now, I had to go back to the March 7th, 2023 agenda to get some information on these projects, and I read about how the sites that are proposed to be revoked today experienced collective 68 crashes between 2010 and 2023 with 14 serious injuries. However, the installation of a roundabout, for example, is expected to reduce deaths and serious injuries by 75%. The installation of raised safety platforms are expected to reduce deaths and serious injuries by 40% and traffic calming by 30%. These statistics are all in that March 7th agenda. I'm concerned by the continuing use of the notion of revocation to attempt to undo projects that have already been discussed and had decisions made in this chamber, and it is frustrating as a volunteer to have to come back to this chamber and rehash the same issues and bring the same, have the same discussions again when consultation and discussion with the community has already happened. It is clear through Council's own strategy documents, for example, such as Access Hamilton, that cycling and public transport projects should be prioritized, and that the majority of Hamiltonians would bike if they felt that it was safe. And with that, I want to echo what the previous speaker, Peter Boss, said, because he raised some very salient points. So based on those reasons, there is no reason to revoke these projects, and I look forward to seeing these projects continue as initially planned. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Very clear submission. Thank you. All right, next submitters, Mrs. Clambert and Donna Barraclough. Or just one of you is there? And you are, sorry. Oh, you're Donna? Okay, thank you, Donna. All right, so same process, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I wish to congratulate those councillors who signed the revocation of the transport projects. I just want to say the word road means a long, hard surface built for vehicles to travel along, and the word traffic calming means a deliberate slowing of traffic in residential areas by the installation of obstacles to progress. It is good to see common sense prevail over the overarching theme of the majority who seem to want the largest open-air velodrome in the country. Looking at this from a fiscal sense of view, we've got to pay for it. I'm concerned at the rhetoric of the written documentation by Hamilton City Council that although these projects from the SURF funding have been stopped, they are determined to keep them going and use ratepayers' money in the form of targeted rates to fund them in the long-term plan or the short-term plan, whichever they can get over the line. I object to these targeted rates for such projects or other targeted rates for projects that are deeply unpopular but are being pushed by certain lobbyists and climate change ideologues. I do not want any more unsafe or dangerous changes to our roads, such as the traffic calming, to create congestion and bring in your VKT cameras. The VKT cameras and the number plate recognition cameras are to fine people. They are not to benefit the public. 50% of that revenue goes to the Ministry of Transport. It's not filtered back into the community. It's a rort. I object to Hamilton City Council social engineering us out of cars and our way of life. It is our choice to drive a car and not the council's role to tell us we mustn't, shouldn't or can't. Fiscal responsibility must be upheld in the first instance. Those that are saying these traffic calming projects are a must instead of a want need to stop practising entitlement. Your needs do not come over the majority to which they are not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to correct that in the LT, just for facts, in the LTP there's no targeted rate on transport. And this council has to date not invested in cameras to find people, so we just need to be accurate on some of those facts there. Right, next submitter Margaret Rogers. Margaret, welcome. Good timing. Good morning, Margaret, and you've seen the drill, so it's 2 minutes, and if you could just please say which item for the committee that you're speaking on.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm speaking to agenda number 7 as well. I read that the revocation is for projects Grey Beale Street and the Abbotsford Ulster Street intersection, and that all other SURF projects will be completed by June. The funding has been stopped. Who is funding these, given that it was to be funded 90% by NZTA? I saw in your previous last year's meeting minutes a resolution for the consultation document resolved by Mayor Southgate and Deputy Mayor O'Leary that the council approves the Chief Exec to prepare a consultation document for approval by the 14th of March LTP with other councillors to introduce a community infrastructure targeted rates, introduce a community resilience and extreme weather targeted rate, or other additional.
Yes,
what you're saying is completely valid and valid feedback to our plan, but we're not talking about the LTP today, so none of those matters are on the agenda?
No, just...
Pardon?
Yeah,
oh,
we
sorry,
do
yes,
need to pause the timing, thank you. So, yeah, no, we're not talking about the LTP today. You do need to stick to that.
And we do want you to submit to that,
yeah,
but this is not today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's
thank you. Fair
point.
Thank you, Margaret.
So, yeah, but these are to rates to balance the books. And in the notes on the Eastern Pathways School link, it states that every 1 million of revenue that council loses represents 2.8 million it cannot spend. So with these projects still on the table and increased rates, do you not read the room and talking about the online abuse and threats, what this council is doing is far more abusive to us all. PM Christopher Luxon stated that it's time for the taxpayer to stop being used as an ATM. I suggest that goes to the Hamilton ratepayers too. This council continues to display a sense of entitlement and a complete lack of respect for the ratepayers.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you. Right, Vanessa Cappy, Whitiora School. Kia ora. Thank you, Vanessa. You've seen the process, so we look forward to your submission.
Kia ora koutou. I'm here today to represent the community of Whitiora, in particular the school, the students and the whānau. The reason I'm here today is to speak on the Ulster Street and Abbotsford Street crossings and why we believe it is important that these crossings are put in place, minus the bus lane. A number of our children and whānau use the street multiple times during the day, and so do from the corners of Ulster and Abbotsford Street. Most cross the road directly outside the dairy from one side of Ulster Street to the other. This is because it's the easiest line of sight for them to cross. People also think it is the safest because it is a intersection, so cars slow to turn the corner. I have witnessed students and adults crossing the road all times of the day and coming to some near misses of being hit. In the winter, it is particularly bad when it's wet. Cars don't slow down and drive to the conditions, and when there is low fog, it is very hard to see. Most of the time, it's like a racetrack, with cars weaving and racing each other, coming around the bend near the golf range at higher than the current speed limit. The only lights that they can cross safely are at the Mill Street intersection. To ask a community to walk from the furthest motel to those lights is unrealistic. And the current middle barriers are not safe, and people don't feel safe using them because of the speeds in which the traffic is going. Excuse me. We have had students hit by cars. Luckily for us, no one that we know of has been seriously injured. However, once a child has been hit by a car, you talk about the psychological effects. Our children deal with trauma every day. This puts more trauma on the student and on the whānau of being hit by a car. If it was your child, you would feel exactly the same. Transport that use Ulster Street are not doing the recommended speed limit, and by having raised crossing and lights, it would slow the traffic down. Including the raised bumps on Abbotsford Street would help the slowing of the traffic that are turning the corners. Thank you.
Finish that sentence. Allowed everyone else to do that.
Thank you. Parents have expressed to me the following: the cars go too fast and I'm scared someone will lose control and hit my child or someone walking down the street. Putting a crossing in place would make the traffic slow down and my children can cross the street safely to and from school every day.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last submitter for the day, or presenter I should say, Maria Mondi. No? Oh, yes? It's all right, I just couldn't see you at the back. That's okay. You can take your time. We'll wait.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Now, I'm not, I can talk, but I'm not a speaker. Also, English is my second language. However, I've been brought up in a country where cyclists are normal, and as children, we cycled everywhere. Do you put your hand out? Of course not, because everybody knows where you're going. So children think differently. However, in New Zealand, with all the traffic that you're causing is all upsetting everybody else. Stop upsetting people. Just let people drive. Stop putting bumps in the road, what actually ruins your body. My neck is killing me because each time there is a bump in the road, there you go. So it's not smooth, and it doesn't help anybody else. So all your traffic calming is, to me, is an absolutely waste of money, waste of taxpayers' money. And yeah, that's all I want to say, really.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for taking the time today. All right, so that's public forum done. Thank you very much for our online presenters as well as those in the chamber. Okay, we're going to move on. Confirmation of the minutes of item 5. Transport. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Van Alsten. Are there any matters arising for matters of inaccuracy? There are none, so that's been moved and second. We'll do that on the voices. All those in favour say aye. There are none against. That's carried. We don't have anyone online, do we? No. All right. Okay, now we're going to the Chair's report, and as I said, there'll be an update as well, but I just wanted to just speak briefly on the report. So under the request from the Mayor's office late last year, I have worked with the General Manager to find improvements for elected members or for the committee in our decision-making process, particularly with a low-cost, low-risk work program, and some principles around Access Hamilton. I think it's timely that we look at that. Very timely, given the government GPS, which is our major funding source, has been released basically yesterday afternoon. So that will direct where the councils in New Zealand, all councils in New Zealand, will get support for funding. And as we know, with the new government, there has been a shift for them, and their funding mechanisms around transport will be about growth and housing. So it's a little early days today yet, but we'll get an update from Chris Allen soon. But part of that process that the Mayor asked me to look at needs to come after the future fit, which the General Manager is still working through, so we need to respect and give time for that. But it is an opportunity that we need to take, and it is in response to community concerns about some of the transport projects that's going on. So that process is underway. I haven't put a lot of detail in the report because, as I said, we need to respect the General Manager is going through future fit, which all this council has supported and tasked the CEO to deliver. So with that, the only other update is the Mayor will also update us on the work through this review of processes and grappling up, I guess, some of these community concerns. She will update us now, if that's okay, before Chris Allen, on work that the Mayor's office has been doing with emergency services. And then I'll go to Chris Allen to update us on the GPS, if that's okay, Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to, just thought it might be also helpful for the audience here to know that Future Fit is the review of the staff numbers and making the organisation the right size for the future. So we've already had some reductions in those staff. Because we use those terms, we know that not everybody else understands them.
True.
Look, just want to update you on a few matters. Firstly, thank you to Angela for the work she's done, because late last year we knew we had to make sure that our transport decision process was fit for purpose. I do note, however, that there has been lots of opportunities for all councillors to engage in this process as we've gone through, but clearly we need to always look if something's not quite hitting the mark and make improvements, and we acknowledge that, and we did that. I want to update councillors on one area of improvement that is well underway, and that is a more formalised arrangement with the emergency services. Like many of you, and I heard your comments from last year, I was concerned to ensure a better consultation and engagement process with the emergency services. So I've had a number of meetings with them. I've met with them two times since November. Angela and I met together with Daryl Trim, which has led to some significant technical work within the organisation to align their transport routes and our transport planning. So that exercise is well underway. It's quite a complicated piece of work, but it will essentially lead to an overlay of what the emergency services need on top of our transport planning so that they can be better aligned. We've also talked about better consultation. He's very pleased. In fact, we've already, I can't remember the examples now, but we had a meeting with him last week, and he was very pleased and gave us some examples of how working with the council has really, really improved the outcomes of some of the work that they're dealing with. I spoke with him last night, and he is very happy with the process that we've put in place. We intend to meet with them regularly. We intend also to reach out to, we have already reached out to the other emergency services, the police with whom I already have a working relationship, and the ambulance services. So we will be meeting with them regularly. We will be reporting back to council after each meeting. And just in terms of the fire service, Mr. Trim has offered, I've asked him, and he's offered to come to talk with the council at an update session quite soon. So he'll give us half an hour of his time, as we've always done with the police, if you recall, councillors, and you can ask him questions at that time, and he very much welcomes that opportunity. So I just wanted you to know about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. And I see there's questions, but we'll just get through my Chair's report as indicated in the agenda, confirmation of the agenda. So we'll go to Chris Allen for a very quick update on the news of the GPS yesterday.
Morning, councillors. So the GPS, the government policy statement on land transport, was released last night. It's a 43-page document. It's very true to the government statements over the last few months in terms of transport policy. It's out for consultation. I haven't been able to find the closing date for that, but we'll find that and we'll work with elected members and how they want to make it, if and how they want to form a submission. Look, the top priority for government is to support economic growth and productivity, and that's very true to the signals they've been giving for some time. They've put a significant focus on building and maintaining the state highway network. They've reintroduced the RONs, the Roads of National Significance, for the Waikato. That means Cambridge to Wairere. These are named projects. Southern Links is named, and also elsewhere is continuing the project for the State Highway 129 roundabout, which has started. There's a real focus on revenue, and you probably have seen the headlines in the media over the last day or so. They really signalled increases in registration fees for motor vehicles and signalled a move away from road, a move to road user charges away from fuel excise duty over time. They plan to move from a 3-year GPS or 3 to 6 year GPS to a 10-year GPS to have a longer sort of a view on the program and to bring it in line with council's LTPs. There are 2 new activity classes called pothole prevention, one for state highways and one for local roads, with a signal that they want, and they put a lot more money into that area. They want us as a country to be more proactive than reactive in terms of the condition of our roading network. There's a real focus on rail freight, particularly in the Golden Triangle, as mentioned a number of times, Auckland, Hamilton and Tauranga. They've removed the inter-regional rail activity class, which is quite significant. Walking and cycling, they've indicated that the only walking and cycling projects will be where there's a very clear benefit for economic growth or safety. The safety category is a very clear move to focus on police enforcement and education. Almost finished. There's a couple of other interesting things. They've tasked the REG group, the Road Efficiency Group, to reduce expenditure on temporary traffic management. So I look forward to working with that. They need to do that from a national level, I would suggest. But I think we've all seen the growth in temporary traffic management, so I think that's going to be a good thing to happen, and we'll work with our national partners on that. They've signalled increased fare box recovery for public transport, so we can expect regional councils to have some pressure to put up fares for public transport. And the last one was they've tasked Waka Kotahi, amongst a range of other things, to simplify their business case process in terms of just far too much time and effort has gone into business cases over the last few years. So, Madam Chair, that's a real just snapshot of the GPS. We'll work through that, and we'll work with you just to figure out how we produce a submission, if indeed Council wants to make a submission on it.
Thanks. I really appreciate you updating us. There's some significant changes in that GPS, so that'll be a lot of work for elected members to get our head around, particularly as we go through the LTP. All right, so thank you, everyone. That was the Chair's report. So we'll go to questions on the Chair's report. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, just in regards to your Chair's report in the motion, can you help me understand what's meant by request staff provide guidance to the Mayor's office as they work through the process review to address the matters arised in the Chair's report? Just expand on exactly what you mean by that. I would have assumed that was a given. So
Yeah, it is a given, but this is just to make sure that we formally keep the Mayor's office updated. Obviously, as you know, if it requires any tweaks to the governance structure that is led through the Mayor, then that's a formal process, and that would have to come to council if there was. As an example, many members, including yourself, Councillor Wilson, have and the chair of the Hearings and Engagement Committee, have raised issues with me around the process for Councillor Donovan's committee and how that's not quite working. So I want to formally make sure that the Mayor's office is kept abreast of all of these things, and any changes or tweaks to processes aren't lost in that. Once the General Manager has gone through Future Fit, then the ideas to look at the process for these things will come to a briefing, and then follow the normal process, whether it's briefing, committee, council, through the Mayor's office.
Right, and if there is a governance change, then obviously that would come for full council for ratification. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Angela. This is really a question for the Chair and for Amy regarding my motion that I had proposed for item 10. Advice from Amy is that I should bring that into the Chair's report.
Yes, since part of my Chair's report is an update from from Mayor Southgate, yes. Yeah. So we can get to that.
So we'll bring that up in a moment.
Yes, we can pop that up on. And we can just make that a separate motion.
Yes, so I'll stop now
thank
and
you.
come back to that.
We'll get that on the board. For those online listening, that is a motion from Councillor Bidder around emergency services communication. All right, Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Am I able to ask some questions of staff?
On my Chair's report?
Yeah, partly on Councillor Bidder's motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Apologies to Chris or Tanya if these are not ones they're able to answer, but I just wanted to clarify, for transport, are FENZ, St John and Police a stakeholder for our consultations or our community engagement?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Louise, can you repeat?
Are FENZ, St John and Police a stakeholder for our transport, community engagement and feedback?
Yes.
So if they're a stakeholder, we go out to them every single time that we have a project?
Yes.
So how many times would we have sought their feedback this year? There were how many surf projects? 28?
Yes, so for every change in, particularly around the traffic bylaw, we consult with those parties, and where there's major works, we do consult with those parties as well as
so
key stakeholders.
28 surf projects plus maybe how many low cost, low risk projects?
I don't have that figure on me, sorry, Councillor.
Okay. And then there's also been times when, due to feedback from particularly FENZ, I can recall, we've actually cancelled or stopped, or the recommendation has been to not proceed projects because of their feedback. There was the Anglesey Street. So the question was, are there any others other than that Anglesey project that we've cancelled or stopped? Don't have that information?
No, I don't have that information, sorry.
Okay.
Those were my questions. Staff member here.
Great, thank you.
Sorry?
I'd be able to get a staff member here to answer that question, but I don't have that information to hand, sorry.
All right, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. My question was on the GPS, and Chris, is there any mention, I guess, in the new GPS, I was trying to have a quick look, but is there any mention of speed cameras, red light cameras, and the use of better enforcement? My question is essentially, how does this government intend to actually improve safety beyond extra policing?
Yeah, there's a really significant focus in the safety category of police enforcement. I just can't recall, I'm just trying to look through it, if there's any details in there of how they're going to do that, but there's certainly a proposal to look at the fining structure. You know, they're saying that fines for seatbelts, for instance, is quite low, so they want to increase fines for things like that, which are going to improve traffic safety. So just in terms of the red cameras, I would have to come back and see. I can't recall anything specific. on the cameras. But what I do know, it is something that is progressing nationally. So we can expect that to be part of the suite of interventions, I think.
Okay, right, thank you.
Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
A question on the Chair's report. I get that it's quite a high-level project. Just making sure that it will cover public consultation and the way we consult and involve the public in these processes?
Yes, I haven't. Yes, that is a concern that I have and many members have. But I think that also we need to again wait for the General Manager to work through Future Fit. And I think all of those things can be brought up when it's time for us to have the briefing and discuss the ideas around amending some of these processes. But that's absolutely on the list. I just didn't want to be all specific and get into all of it today. Yeah, thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Just looking through you, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the proposed motion of Councillor Bidder.
Yes, thank you. Amy will pop that up there now. All right, so we'll do my Chair's report recommendation first. Committee members on page 13. So thank you. I will move, I don't need to debate, I'll move that my Chair's report be received, seconded by... seconded by Mayor Southgate. Is there any debate? Councillor Taylor. Question?
Are we debating these separately? Your Chair's report and then...
That's what I did.
All right. So I have got some debate when I...
Okay. On the Chair's report or on the next one? Okay, so you can go ahead.
Thank you. I welcome the approach that you've taken in the Chair's report. I think our transport strategy urgently needs a review. But then again, I've been saying that for quite some time. And I have to be honest and say I haven't felt listened to on our transport strategy throughout this term. There's been a number of times around this table where I and others have voiced concerns and opposition to projects, some of them on today's agenda. And I have been saying for many, many months that our community is fatigued, and I think this council has taken too long to get that message. And unfortunately, this council, I think, overly embraced the previous government's transport policies. And my feeling about those is many of those almost seemed like they were developed in a laboratory rather than on a city street. They were unrealistic, ideological, and that sort of stuff gets found out when you come to reality. And I look forward to this council embracing the new government's direction on transport with a return to a greater focus on roads and economic development and getting people around the city. And I just feel your raised platforms, your in-lane bus stops, etc., and overcooking work on roundabouts has been a real issue for this council. And I really think we've moved like the Queen Mary on this, because it's been apparent for a long time in my view. But I do welcome the initiative you're taking, Chair, and I look forward to a speedy turnaround in terms of our transport. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor. Mayor Southgate.
Follow, right? Look, we acknowledge it's important to listen to the community and we look for continual improvements. And when something needs improving, we will seek to improve it. And we've heard from the community how they feel, and we needed to press pause, and I made that quite clear in November last year, that we needed to pause on these projects. And Chair Angela has done a great job in gripping that up and doing a lot of work in the background that people are unaware about to make this work better for us all. It's not a black and white issue, actually. All councillors, by the way, and just one little soft pushback is all councillors have had the opportunity to attend many, many, many workshops and Access Hamilton meetings and other things where the conversation is iterative and you can really have your say. Everybody had the chance to do that, and most of us here, including MP Ryan, when he was here, supported some of the projects initially in the concept phase, and it's being really clear to say that they were concepts. We don't design the roads. So all of us here approved some, and we all raised concerns over others. Why? Because we do know we need some safety improvements in some places, and we do need to provide some safe cycling. But we also need to talk with the rest of the community, take the public on the journey, and be mindful of the ease of moving around our city as a whole thing. And actually, I think we needed to be more mindful of our adverse effect on businesses. So sometimes we just have to adjust, and right now is one of those times that we've had to have to adjust. Of course, it won't solve all of the congestion problems we have, but as a fast-growing city, but it gives us time to think more carefully, to get a new process and to talk with the community about the balance of transport projects that they want.
Thank you.
I didn't expect a clap for that.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I want to acknowledge that what you're trying to do here is to review a system that's clearly broken. Although in politics it's often easy to reflect and say that it should have come earlier, the fact that we're now getting there should be celebrated. We've known the system has been broken for at least 5 or 6 years, and I remind this council the disaster that was Innovating Streets, where again central government, driven by a clear ideology, presented us a quantum of money with a bow on it, and we welcomed it without really reviewing and understanding the ramifications. And we will all recall the public seeing what and expressing how they felt about Innovating Streets with the multiple approaches to this council about the fact there hadn't been particularly good consultation. And we can be also reminded of multiple articles in the Waikato Times reminding us that maybe this wasn't our finest moment. So here we are some 5 years later, and we are acknowledging it's now time to change the process and review. And I welcome that. I do want to push slightly back on Mayor Paula's comments about workshops. If the workshop process was so robust and there was meaningful dialogue and clear understanding of what we were getting, one would have imagined that we wouldn't have found ourselves in this predicament with multiple projects having hit the road literally, and then us all realising the ramifications. Final comment is I acknowledge a number of my colleagues have been highlighting these concerns for a number of years, including my good friend Councillor Jeff. So I'm pleased that we're now at a point where we're reviewing it and we're going to introduce a meaningful process to get a better result on behalf of the ratepayer.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge your report, Chair Angela, and agree that we've done a lot really quickly, and that has resulted in strong reactions from the community. You know, we did a lot really fast, but we forgot to talk meaningfully to the people who use these areas the most. I don't believe that we've engaged properly with the community through the process, something that I've pointed out again and again and again. So finally, thank you for acknowledging that the process is flawed. It's a real pity that some damage has already been done with expensive projects that we can't undo due to the added costs. And 2 projects that come to mind are the Thomas Horsham Downs roundabout design, the Hukanui in-lane bus stops. We didn't allow the public to have a meaningful voice in those projects, and now it's just too late to undo it. We stuffed up.
No, it's not. Undo them. Easily.
She shouldn't speak.
Listen.
Sorry, so we're going to have, I do apologise, Councillor Nader, but we're going to have an adjournment for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm one of a group of 50 people.
I'm not going to be loud or anything. I'm just going to... We are going, I'm just going to hear, we're going to continue. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe, if you'd like to continue your debate. Yeah. So off you go. Oh, actually, wait on.
Shall I continue? Thank you, Chair Angela. I'll continue where I stopped. So I was making reference to projects that have happened where we haven't consulted properly with the public, and recognizing your efforts to review the process. So we stuffed up, and the public voice is pretty loud now, so I'm glad we can admit that we got it wrong. And right now, though, what matters is how we move forward. So I want to actually thank you, Mayor Paula and Deputy Mayor Angela, for working on how we can recover from this and how we can do better. So I look forward to us fixing the process. Thank you.
Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a pity we've just had that adjournment because we lose some of the cut and thrust and the continuity in debate, but nevertheless we have. Let's try to resume where we were. I do want to endorse very strongly the comments of Councillor Taylor earlier and support the proposal that is on the table before. And I'd just make the point that while it's encouraging to hear that Council, and clearly I wasn't a member of Council before Christmas, pressed pause on some of these projects in November, or at least that was the intention. In fact, that wasn't the reality. And since November, we have seen several projects go ahead despite overwhelming community opposition. We've already heard reference to Hukanui Road. That was a very, very clear project that did not enjoy community support. And unfortunately now, I think it has probably put in place more problems than it could possibly solve. Another very clear example would be Rifle Range Road. There is strong opposition to what has been done there. And so we've also heard Councillor Naidu-Rolfe refer to Thomas Road, so it could go on. I think it's really important that today we have action, not just words, and therefore I strongly support the proposal that's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll try to keep this short today. Look, I agree with many of the comments around the room today and support Councillor Kesh on her comments. I've spoken previously about the lack of community feedback, and particularly around the Hukanui project and how this highlighted how the consultation process was broken. Making decisions with 11 submissions received makes it very difficult to get a true buy-in and feel from the public. So I believe it's important to take the time to get it right, and so I do want to acknowledge you, Chair, and your comments in the report for reflecting on the process and looking for how we can make improvements, and I look forward to being able to make some positive changes through that.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
I continue to hear rumbles and comments from our audience, and let's refer back to your original comments at the beginning of the morning.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. Look, members of the public, we set aside the public forum to listen to you, and we do so respectfully without interrupting you. So I ask once more the gallery to be respectful as members are speaking. I know you're passionate about this, and we're happy that you're here. But this is our time to debate and discuss, and I want to make sure that you have that opportunity. So thank you for raising that, Councillor. Councillor Hutt. Thank you.
Thank you. Access Hamilton, the strategy, and even the adoption of Vision Zero happened long before I was elected. Access Hamilton has actually existed since 2005, and it's been reviewed in 2009, 2016, 2021, and most recently reapproved in August of 2022. I was, of course, elected October 2022. We've heard a lot of disquiet from our community this morning, and I really want to emphasise that I don't see this as a failure of our transport team, but a failure of communications. From what I can see and from what I've read of our own documents, the most robust comms plan we've had for the strategy is a one-pager requested in 2019, and the 2021-22 refresh stated the need to communicate with our community was a gap in previous plans. We need better than this, so my request to our staff is, what do you need from us? Because myself and other elected members have been requesting for over a year now the issue of the lack of communication, the lack of storytelling, and the lack of demystifying these changes to the public. The changes we're making to our transport system are not inherently intuitive. For many of our public, they look at an inland bus stop and have a lot of questions, and they're ones that we haven't been answering. For those of us who attend the workshops, we get to ask those questions and we get to create that much needed understanding for ourselves. So again, I ask our staff, what do you need from us? Do you need funding? Do you need emotion? What do you need for us to state more clearly? We want you to go out and communicate with our wider community. The staff recommendation convinced a majority of us across multiple council terms, but for some reason we leave a vacuum of information for the public. And I have had many complaints from the public, some of them part of the hundreds of submitters on things like our biking and micromobility plan, about why we're not championing our own work and championing the work that people did to turn out to support previous consultations. So I'm keen to see how we can support our strategy, but I'm also very keen to hear from staff about what they need to do this critical comms work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Donovan.
Just quickly, I hear the sentiment expressed by Councillor Louise, and I agree in some part. There is some comms pieces there, but also there's an issue where in business, when your product's broken, you have to acknowledge that. And in this instance, you could say that some parts of our transport system are broken, in my opinion. Look, how we deliver the message is always going to be important, but if we're not on top of our game in delivering a correct product, then the message will get lost in translation anyway. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your Chair's report. I support us having a closer look at the process for how we how we choose and also monitor our low-cost, low-risk program. I think the key principles that this council has around transport are still very valid. We need to make sure that our transport system is safe for people. We wouldn't accept people dying when they drink our water. We should not accept people dying when they are using our transport system. So, and I also think it's critical that we still continue to work towards providing people options. We cannot put our head in the sand when it comes to the growth of this city. An extra 58,000 people over the last 20 years have come to live to our city. And we just had an extra 6,000 people just last year. We're expecting at least 3,000 more every year from here onwards. If all of these people only have the option of driving on the road, that will be mayhem. We will be in gridlock. So I haven't heard other ways of dealing with congestion from this table, but we need to be working together on this issue.
Sorry, the public gallery.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor.
Madam Chair,
to speak to that, if I may, I know that members of the public, we really are pleased you are here, but if I can speak to that, it is a really different experience being on this sort of side of the room. Then I'm not hearing as much, but I can tell you I've sat in these seats And it's a little bit like an echo chamber. As Angela says, you just come out, it's like talking down a funnel. So you may be just talking to the person next to you or something, but it does create some disruption too. And now poor Sarah's had to stop up in the middle of her debate.
Okay, thank you. Look, I guess where I'm going is that we've got clear issues we need to solve, but the way that we solve them, we can look at that, and I'm keen to work together with councillors around the table to do so. So we don't necessarily have to be doing the same interventions that we've been doing over the last few years, but in some cases they will be appropriate, and I think we need to take an open-minded approach to that. So I support us having these conversations, a robust look at our next programme of work, but absolutely the problems are still there for us to solve, and we shouldn't shy away or put our head in the sand on those.
Councillor. I'll use my right of reply now. There don't appear to be any more speakers. The first thing I want to say is, with the GPS being out yesterday, we've waited a really long time for that. It's been delayed and delayed and delayed. And given majority of our transport projects are funded by 51%, that is going to at least turn the ship, I guess, and change a direction for us, because the government's priorities come with that funding. That's the condition. So there's a lot of work to happen before we understand that, and obviously we'll be putting in a submission. The other point I want to make in response to some of the debate was that it does take a majority of members in council or committee, I think it's 9 in this committee, to make any decision on any of these projects. And I reflect back and remind councillors from last term that when we started and these things were brought up in debate, which is why I'm responding, innovating streets and surf, that the support was unanimous at the outset of those. I remember actually being in lockdown when we got the funding and put in that application, and I'm talking about the application. So a lot of water has passed under the bridge, but my point there is the majority is 9 to make any decision. It's not 1 or 2 members of this council. Look, my chair's report's about acknowledging the strong reactions from some members in the community, and the significant change of direction that the GPS is going to make sure, with the new coalition government, that we are focused on growth, housing and roads. If we are looking for subsidy, which is a considerable part of our revenue and has a massive impact on our LTP and our balancing the books, we are going to have to make some changes. It's simply good governance to look at the system first, and that's why I have proposed this in my chair's report. So with that, we'll go electronically. We still don't have anyone online, do we? No. All right. So we'll do the voting on the board. Thank you, committee members. This is just on my motion. That's been myself and seconded by Mayor Southgate. What's that?
It's just to receive the chair's report.
Yes.
Yep.
So we'll vote that now. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, now I think also in that we've had questions and debate on this. So we've got a motion from Councillor Bidder and seconded by Councillor Donovan. And then we have a amendment by Mayor Paula Southgate and myself. I think that's pretty clear on both of those. The first sets a different process for dealing with the stakeholders of emergency services. The second acknowledges the work that has been underway with the Mayor's office, but also adds that regular updates will be provided to members through the relevant committee, so it does formalise it as well. So I think that's clear. I'm seeing some nods around the table. I'll give you a moment to just read those, and then we will put those to the vote unless questions for clarity only. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I would have addressed, I guess, my views on this if I'd seen it before debate, so just commenting would be good maybe before.
What do you mean? Will you be able to debate? Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, so we're doing this item separately. Okay. So absolute full debate on this one.
Are you going to have you talk to them?
No, because I think it's really clear. They're both about processes. It's just initiating slightly different processes. Mm-hmm. All right, so the mover of the motion, Councillor Bidder. Oh, question for clarity?
Councillor Bidder, just on his, he suggests that the meeting be chaired by FENS and the agenda and the minutes be by them also. Has he had a conversation with FENS and an understanding that they would welcome that approach? Yes. It seems to be in contrast to other conversations that we've had with FENS. Is that something that anyone can comment on?
I have spoken to staff at FENS and they have been dissatisfied with the consultation process, particularly at the governance level.
Yeah, so questions, yes? Mayor Southgate?
I've spoken to the regional...
Sorry,
Councillor. I was question. I did a response to that. You go.
Go.
No, you go. Who is it you have been speaking with, Andrew? Because I've been speaking to the person who runs the whole of the Waikato and various others.
Yeah, I've been speaking to people who are not friends with council staff.
What?
No, I can't allow that kind of disparaging comment, Councillor Bidder.
I'm not even sure what that means, Madam Chair.
Well,
I know.
it means there is a bias.
So no,
Are you saying that I have a bias?
No, I'm not.
No, he's saying staff.
I'm saying the district manager has a bias.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson, procedurally. Thank you.
My point to you as Chair is neither is appropriate. Neither is the Mayor specifying a particular name from Councillor Bidder, nor is it appropriate that Councillor Bidder. So I think both parties have to accept.
Thank you. So that's a point of order, and I'm going to run with that. I agree. I think there's been enough questions for clarification to give us a full understanding. Question for clarification, Councillor Hutt? Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify. That will we be reimbursing FENS for chairing, doing the agenda and minuting? They are predominantly, they have a large proportion of their people are voluntary, so I'm just...
I guess that's a question for the mover.
No.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Deputy Mayor, in terms of interesting question from Councillor Louise, I'm just interested, where do I find the minutes from the meetings that the Mayor has had with the emergency services so far?
So that's a question for the Mayor.
It's not a minuted meeting. First of all, it started off with a number of relationship conversations, and then it was a roundtable discussion where we co-designed an outcome that we felt would be better. So I basically went in saying, how would the fire service like to work with us? What do you see the critical issues are? And we designed a quarterly approach. I admit, 1 minute, please.
I simply asked, so there are no minutes. That's all I needed to know.
Just making a relevant point, I will be, and I didn't, but I will be reporting, and I would have, it's only a few days ago, reporting on what the outcomes of those meetings were. And as I said, the offer for a public session with you all is still there.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So how many meetings has the Mayor had?
So I wonder if these are not the same questions, Councillor Wilson, that you were objecting to before.
No, I would argue, Madam Chair, that I'm not asking for the revelation of any individual's name. That is quite distinct. My questions are specific. That is, the amendment talks about continuing a process.
Yep. Okay. So
I'm asking clarity of what the process has been, and so far I've been told that you've met, that there's been no minutes.
So I'm the question is.
So there's been no minutes.
Yep.
How many meetings have you had? How many meetings has the mayoral office had?
I have had two formal face-to-face meetings and a number of conversations and emails. I'm happy to circulate the list that came out 2 days ago of our agreed progress and direction.
Great.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's do that. So Councillor Bidder, as the mover of the motion, you have the right to go first.
We know the speed bumps and VKT projects have upset the public. We know the public have concerns. Some of these concerns relate to the impact on emergency services. It is simply good governance to have a completion review on any project. This covers learnings from the project, not just pre-project consultation. It is our duty to reassure the public about our emergency services, which means we have to be included in the review. I have not seen any minutes, so there is nothing to reassure me, let alone allow me to reassure the public. The review needs to involve all councillors who want to attend. It needs to involve front-line emergency service staff. The fact is the concerns are real. Official Information Act information shows an 11% increase in response time and damage to emergency vehicles. This is not acceptable. Swapping safety for road users with safety for everyone else is not a good outcome. I am not satisfied that the meetings the Mayor has arranged are going to achieve the learnings for Council or address the concerns of the public. My motion is simply not a rejection of the Mayor's meetings, it is an expansion of the reasons the Mayor is having these meetings. This is good governance.
Thank you. And yes, Ms Southgate is the mover of the amendments.
Thank you. I ask you to support my amendment because I have, as late as last night, had a conversation with the head of the fire service in this area and asked him just to check that the way that we were progressing was suitable to him. They have no capacity to meet with us regularly. They do not want a formalised meeting. They felt that the relationship meeting that we were having was at the right level and in the right way, but they were more than happy to come in, as the police do, two or three times a year, and spend half an hour with elected members to satisfy you of what their issues are and what our issues are and progress. You can't actually, in the amendment, in the motion that Andrew has put forward, you can't really require of another organisation to operate in the way that you want them to operate. We need to work in the way that we have co-designed together, the way that suits them from the horse's mouth.
I'll go to the seconder of the motion, which is Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Angela. I support the motion that Andrew's put on the table, largely for all the reasons that he mentioned. So I don't actually have a whole lot more to add, other than I'm a big fan of process, and process is put in place for a reason. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Look, I support Councillor Bidder's motion, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to anyone, but purely because I don't think I want to be sure that the emergency services feelings about some of our transport projects are being adequately represented to our council members. Conversations passed on second-hand on something so important to me is not necessarily satisfactory, and I'm concerned that, you know, to a degree they can be somewhat sanitised in our reports. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth, how they feel about our projects, raised platforms, etc. Surely this motion underlines the importance of our emergency services, the importance in the eyes of the public, and surely we can't be overly careful when it comes to recognising the needs of the emergency services to get around our city and the impact of our interventions on them. I want to be sure about that. I don't want emergency services views on raised platforms, etc., reported to me as such at this point. I think it's more important than that. I want to hear it myself. So I welcome hearing these views in the forum Councillor Bidder suggests.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I want to reiterate and reaffirm that actually a lot of what the mayoral office does is world class. I think we have some very, very talented people in the mayoral office that supports the mayor in what she does. I may not always agree with a lot of her political decisions, but I acknowledge the mayoral office and some of the leadership the mayoral office undertakes. I also feel that the mayoral office is well aware that the mayoral office can't make any decisions on behalf of council, that the mayor in her capacity has no more voting influence than any other elected member. That's the democracy we have. A lot of the public don't understand that. And so frequently people engage at the mayoral office assuming that that the mayoral, it's like a cabinet position where that's the decision-making process. That's not the case. We know that. The decisions are made here by elected members. That's the democracy we have. I think it's dangerous that there's any meeting that isn't minuted. And I recall when I first came to this chamber in 2001, at every council meeting, the mayor would have to get up and in their report would actually tell what meetings they had with who. Because that was the mayor saying to the democratic process, this is what I've been doing, but all the decisions are here in the chamber. That's where it's made. And so I'm concerned that there hasn't been minutes, and I suggest that the most robust way of managing this is that moved by Councillor Bidder. It formalises a process, it enables minutes to be taken, and it enables us, the decision makers, to hear the information directly. That's a democracy, that's good governance.
Thank you. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Angela. I have a lot of sympathy for the point that the Mayor has made. I understand from a procedural point of view exactly where she's coming from, but I do have sympathy for those arguments that have just been expressed. When there are neither minutes available nor a record of who is being consulted with, there is a huge gap in the information that is available to councillors at the time that these matters come back to us for decisions to be made. So, as I say, while I have sympathy for the Mayor's position, I'm sorry, I think that the concerns that Councillor Bidder have raised do need to be acted upon. What I'm not sure about is down the track how long that process would continue for. I would also be interested in perhaps either the Mayor could comment on this or the Chair in her right of reply. What questions are being asked at these meetings so that we know exactly what is being discussed? I recognise that they may not wish to tell us who's been consulted with, but how can we be assured that the views that have been obtained so far are truly representative of the organisations? So, with some reservations, I have to admit, I find myself supporting Councillor Bidder's motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. The unfortunate part of the way our council meetings are structured is that we cannot ask questions to colleagues right beside us after they have debated. And so I will ask rhetorical questions to my good friend, Councillor Wilson. One is, have you minuted every single meeting that you've had in your role as Chair of the Economic Development Forum? And could you please provide a copy of all of those minutes from all those meetings? Because I understand you have had quite a few. And secondly, who will minute the Mayor's meetings after we've had 7% of our staff cut? I expect that that's one of the jobs that will go. So I hope that Councillor Wilson will be ready with a pen and a notepad to assist the Mayor in that job. Finally, I'm satisfied that we are going to see FENS come to a meeting where we can ask questions on a quarterly basis, and I look forward to that, and I'm satisfied at this stage that the Mayor has accurately portrayed the feelings from FENS that they think right now the process they're going through is suitable. we absolutely need to work really closely with them. And actually we do a lot of work to help FENS. We do work with our cameras, with our traffic lights to make sure that we're able to prioritise them when they're under lights so that they can get through the city faster. But we can do more, and that process has started, so I'm going to be supporting the amendment today.
Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Tough act to follow after Councillor Thompson, but I'll try and make a few points. I really struggle with the ethics of asking a community organisation which is providing such a core service and such critical infrastructure to our city to do stuff for free for us. As already established with my questions to staff, we already go out to see all of these organisations as stakeholders for all of our transport projects to get their advice on each and every single one of them. That's not a light undertaking. I'm sure it's probably quite annoying that we keep coming back and asking them for feedback after feedback after feedback. But if those organisations don't feel that the comments reported back to us are accurate, because they are public in the public record on the agenda, in the reports that come to council available on the council website, they have every ability to come to public forum, just as we've seen it be so well used today, to be able to say these are inaccurate or these are not, properly representing the views that we have. So there's many ways for organisations who, if they have some of the concerns which have been mentioned today, they are able to perfectly well come and speak to us themselves, or go through the Mayor's office as they have been doing. So I think that we have established processes and we should follow through with them, even when we're looking to improve them. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe.
Like Councillor McIndoe, I've been listening to the debate because I wasn't sure where I sat on this, but it sounds like both movers are trying to achieve the same thing, and it's just different methods of doing it. And I totally acknowledge Mayor Paula's work, in the last 2 meetings that she's had as well. It sounds like Councillor Bidder's motion is after the learnings and the reflections of projects that have already been. And for him to put that motion through tells me that maybe there's a gap in the process we currently have. So, like all of us, we value feedback from stakeholders. And if this is a way to do it differently, then I say we give it a go and see what happens. There's nothing wrong with more information. So I'll be happy to support Councillor Bidder, and if the work that does continue through the Mayor's office, support that as well, because it sounds like we're targeting different levels of engagement. Thank you.
I can't support politics telling emergency services how they should operate. I know that police, FENS and St John's would not enjoy having an amount of elected members rock up to a meeting where politics have mandated them to run, to minute and to organise without any awareness of the sensitivity of some of the things that they deal with when they look after our city. The Mayor's amendment does what the motion is seeking anyway. It does put in a process, but it doesn't tell emergency services how to do their business. And I have a fundamental issue with that. I'd also like to remind members that the role and powers under the Local Government Act of the Mayor's office is to provide leadership. And in my half term of being Deputy Mayor, I can absolutely assure the community that this Mayor, as Councillor Wilson says, runs a very gold standard mayoral office. She speaks with integrity, she never pushes her position, She always speaks to what the city needs and what this council has mandated her for, and I can tell you that for a fact. Whilst there might not be council minutes, Councillor Wilson, there are minutes of the Mayor's office. There are always meeting notes. There is always a staff member sitting in there with the Mayor. It is transparent and it is honest. But it also takes into account FENZ, St John's and the police, their sensitivities when they are dealing with the safety of our residents, the privacy of our residents, and some of those things that they discuss with the leader of this city are not for public consumption. This is not a one-size-fits-all. These are our emergency services people that deal with some horrendous things. So we need to respect that as an organisation. Thank you. I'll go to the mover of the motion, Councillor Bidder, for your right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard a number of contradictions where somehow it is okay to ask emergency services to attend meetings with the Mayor at no cost, but it's not okay to ask emergency services to attend meetings with councillors. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Councillor Kesh was actually spot on the money when she said that the meetings are targeted at two different levels. The Mayor's motion or amendment refers to talking at the governance level. I'm talking about the detail level, talking with people who are on the front line and getting their feedback direct, because I think that will be different from talking at the governance level. I certainly would be asking different questions to what the Mayor would be asking at the governance level. So I do see a need for the meetings at the level of the motion I have put forward, as well as the level of the amendment that the Mayor has put forward. I think FENZ will get value out of this because their staff have told me so. I'll leave it at that.
Right, thank you. We'll go to the board. So this is voting on the, we'll vote on the amendment. Mayor Paula Southgate and myself putting the amendment up first. Right, you can vote for the amendment now. So for those viewers online, it's 7 for and 7 against, which means that the chair may or may not exercise their casting vote. I will exercise my casting vote, so I will vote for. That means that the amendment is carried. The amendment then becomes a substantive motion, and we will vote using the buttons again.
The amendment as the substantive motion is carried 10-4, 4 against.
Great, thank you. All right, so let's move on. Now we're on to item 7. So I know members of the gallery will have been waiting, and thank you. It's been a bit of a longer day than we had hoped, so we'll get to that now. Now this is the notice of revocation. This is on page 14, everyone. Now I've spoken to Councillor Wilson about the process that we will take, and I will also go to governance just to talk so members online can understand what a notice of revocation is and a notice of motion, and then I will, if that's not a full explanation, which I'm sure it is, Amy, then I will jump in as chair. Thank you.
Morena again. Okay, so with our notice of motion and revocation here, the matter has been to earlier meetings. Now, one thing I just wanted to note is in the drafting of the notice of revocation and assisting the mover, Councillor Wilson, I did make an error in the Anglesey Street project. I had the wrong project listed, but it was the same outcome being sought. So that is what you're now seeing in red. So first we'd go through the notice of revocation, and then there is some further motions for consideration that would be taken in parts.
Okay, thank you, Amy. So, committee members, I am happy to take these separately if it's okay with the mover and seconder. If you can just, without debate, indicate if that's what you want to do in terms of A, because they do reflect different projects, in terms of A, B and C. And we're going to do the motion for consideration separately anyway, so let's park that out. But if anyone has an issue with wanting to separate that out.
Madam Chair, from the mover's point of view,
Yep.
and I think my seconder will agree, we feel the first part, A, B and C, needs to go through
Together?
together.
100% okay with that. Yep, all right.
Procedurally-
I'm not seeing anyone.
Procedurally, Chair, I'm also mindful that attached to AC, Site 18,
Yes.
there's a further notice of motion that Sarah had asked for us to include, which is to send Ulster Street to a group for further development and potential other outcomes into a future LTP. So I just felt we needed to highlight.
Okay.
Yep.
So are you wanting to, Councillor Wilson, are you combining that?
Ideally, that
Okay.
that motion should sit as a sub-tier
All
to
right.
18,
Yeah. Does that work?
because this is what
It has to
I've
replace it,
been
doesn't it?
So just because it's
You've got to revoke first. Okay.
Fine.
All right,
I just
so
wanted to bring
thank
people's
you.
attention.
Yeah, that's great work. Thank you. So we can debate all of those things together without but again, leaving the motion for the next one, the motion for consideration, which is the River Road / Hayes. Okay, all right. So is everyone clear on that? Question for clarification, Councillor Hart?
Absolutely crystal
Yes.
clear. We get to debate on this.
Yes.
Then we get to debate the new motion.
Yes.
Or the
Yes.
the second part.
And then and then the other River and Hayes one separately. We ignore that
Sorry,
one.
I
for
just
now.
mean
so
I just
there's
mean
three.
there's a revocation part that we'll
Yes,
debate on, and then
yes.
there's the
Yes.
doing other things.
Yes. Yes.
Right, from
Yes. Separate debate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Clear as mud, isn't it? All right. So just scroll up for me, Amy, please. I'm doing this like as if I've got some magic pointer hand.
You don't?
I don't. Infrastructure committee subject to the. No, down. Sorry, the council, the Wilson Taylor extra one. All right. So just for everyone, including people online, this one in red here is around.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I see that actually Councillor Sarah's, that was a Wilson Taylor.
Yeah, it says Wilson Taylor.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I
Put
don't
your
have my
glasses
glasses on.
please. Because we've got to revoke. One decision is to revoke what's on the table now, and this next one is to sort of bring it back but do some further work, right? So we're going to do the portion above, then we're going to do the one in red, which is the further work, then we will do the River / Hayes. Clear as mud. So actually we're going to, no. River, this one?
Yeah, sorry, I just don't think I had read the latter part.
Oh, okay. So this is, undertake further investigations of alternative options for pedestrian crossing facilities on Ulster without a raised platform, and to organise an information session to seek direction from members on the alternate options, and that comes back in the 24-25 financial year. Yeah, all right.
This is wording that Councillor Sarah
Yeah.
circulated. I'm assuming she shared that with you. Did you share it with?
It was emailed to everybody from
Yeah.
Amy.
Okay. All right, so let's go back up to the revocations so that we're all clear, and for members online, This is a notice of motion that revokes the following parts of resolution. This is around the Grey, Site 12, Grey and Beale Street, Site 18, Abbotsford and Ulster Street, Site 3, Anglesey Street, and in Project 12, River Road, footpath western side. Okay. All right, so those are the three things up for revocation. Right, Councillor Wilson, as the mover. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The notice of revocation is quite self-explanatory. To me, I believe it simply puts a stop to some of this madness. It stops a number of projects that have yet to be commenced and removes them from the budget and stops them. They are clearly articulated in the sense that it's the Grey-Beale intersection. We've heard significant feedback from the Cancer Society regarding the erosion of the parking space that would be lost. It addresses the issue on Ulster Street, where we're simply saying that a raised platform should not be part of the solution, and there's a subsequent motion that we'll debate separately that still recognises the need to address some aspects of safety improvements. It stops the madness of having a signalised raised platform opposite the sex shop Peaches and Cream, and just stops that dead. It moves the other two aspects that have been... Could you put the motion back up, Amy, please, for me? In simple terms, it's we can't afford them. We have spent copious amounts of money in recent times initiating safety-orientated projects. We've done the ones that were the most urgent. In our current financial position, I do not believe doing these projects, although well-meaning, are the priority projects and must not go ahead, put simply.
And the seconder, Councillor Taylor.
Chair. Yeah, look, I think it's very important that these three projects are stopped, and as Councillor Wilson referred to, and Councillor Thompson, the Abbotsford Street, Ulster Street, come back and have another look at that at a later stage. What these projects have in common for me, I think, is a tendency to go over the top with the nature of our interventions. Beale Street, Grey Street, unnecessary dislocation, the impact on the Cancer Society, the Peaches and Cream bus stop. Totally understand Councillor Thompson's desire for a bigger area for people, but then it felt to me like we departed from common sense. We went to a big sort of edifice with a bus stop and a pedestrian crossing, which to me was over the top. River Road, not just, I know that's in the next motion, but there was the same tendency. Yes, to a footpath on the western side of River Road up north, but then it had to come with two crossings, with raised platforms. Ulster Street, Abbotsford Street. Yes, there's a need to help people get across the road, but then it had to come with your raised platforms and your two in-lane bus stops. To me, that's the issue. We're overcooking these things, in my view. And the second factor is that residents have quite clearly had enough, and they are fatigued with it, and I can see why. The third factor is that there are also cost savings to be had by stopping these projects in their tracks. And if a council ever needed some cost savings, it's Hamilton City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers?
Essentially,
oh.
Chair, sorry,
yeah.
Another, we are taking this all in one, aren't we?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I think if you're going to call some of these projects madness, you possibly haven't actually understood some of the issues that are at play. If you try and turn right out of Beale Street, you can't see traffic coming from the right. So there is a safety, and there have been serious incidences there. There is a safety issue there. Is the solution that we've put forward the right one? I think we do need to go back and work further with the community on this. But it is not madness to actually be trying to solve what is a serious safety hazard at this site. Ulster Street, we have children who are trying to cross the road to get to school. We've heard from a deputy principal of the nearby school that there are near misses that she has witnessed. We've had serious injuries on this stretch. There is a 20-minute walk between one safe crossing and another on this road. A 20-minute walk. So are people going to walk 10 minutes up to the lights and then 10 minutes back down to cross the road to go to the dairy or, you know, to get to their route to school? They're not. They're going to take the risks of running across the road of 4 lanes of fast-moving traffic. Now, I've worked with councillors Jeff and councillors Ewan to take this back to a briefing, to look at further options. The safety audit is saying that a raised platform will be required, and in a case where you have double lanes of traffic and the risk of a truck or a large vehicle blocking the view of another car coming in another lane, it may not be wise to continue or even possible to continue without it. But I'm putting the option there for us to explore all those options with staff and then to make a fully informed decision in the next financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
I don't support the revocation of these projects, but primarily because of the inclusion of Beale, Grey Beale and the revocation of Ulster, primarily because my concern is around our children and their safety in terms of accessing schools. And I think we actually as a council all do share that concern. And I also am opposed to this process because I understood from what the Deputy Mayor and Mayor Paula have said is they were undertaking a more thorough approach to this anyway in terms of re-looking at our transport strategy and our way forward. And I would have wholeheartedly supported that because I do think at times we do things that don't make intuitive sense, and we do need to look harder at some of our transport projects. However, I just can't support the revocation of these 2 particular projects. I know we're taking them as a bundle because of one of my children went to Marion School. I know the reality of that intersection. I've talked with the cathedral staff. They support the suggested, roundabout and changes because of the parishioners' access and the challenges of that intersection. So, and then Ulster Street, we heard from Whiti Ora today about how important that crossing is for that school. So again, it goes back to prioritising children's safety. And I think we know what our city gets like around school traffic time and how congested it can be. And we don't want that reality in our city. So unfortunately, I just can't support this process. I do support the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor in their process, however, to relook at our transport strategy. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pike.
The revocation put forward today addresses calls from the community, which I've witnessed have grown in numbers and anger, particularly over the past few months. People are feeling blindsided by projects appearing in their own backyard. I note while consultation was carried out, some, such as the Hukanui project, as I mentioned before, resulted in as little as 11 people providing feedback, yet the backlash resulted in many complaints and a wider petition. I believe this tells us that the volume and haste with which these transport projects have occurred has led to poor consultation and design. The community is telling us loudly we have missed the mark. So I think the best option is to stop, take a breath, and relook at what it is we're trying to achieve and ensure we're taking the time to get it right. So that's why I'm supporting the revocation today.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I differ in the need for a revocation and a notice of motion. I think there were already agreed processes to be put in place through the Mayor's office, through Access Hamilton, that were taking account of the public reaction, or some of the public reaction to changes that were being proposed. And there was already the agreement that a slowdown on some of the projects was needed, and that really we just needed to find a bit of a process in order to deal with it. And that can happen through the Mayor's office, through the Chair's report today. We've also heard of ways in order to be able to change the process that we're making. And so I think also that the Mayor has shown in the past a really good faith processes that have shown that we can take issues like this, contentious things that we don't really have agreement on, but that solutions can be found where there can be broad support. Unfortunately, this process bypasses the chance that we've had in order to be able to do that, undermining potentially the opportunity for us to show unity and to have collaborative effects.
That the member is factually inaccurate in stating that the mayoral and deputy mayor's strategy was an alternative to a revocation, where governance has advised us the only way to have changed and made any change was through revocation.
Okay,
so that she's misleading the chamber.
Thank you. So thank you, Councillor Wilson. I just remind under 26.2, when members are stating points of order, they must state precisely without explanation unless the chair asks.
Well, I thought you asked.
No, I said without explanation.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So this is misrepresentation,
Correct.
possibly? I'm trying to remember what you said.
But maybe governance could answer.
Thank you. Sorry, well, that puts them in a difficult position.
There is no other way of doing this other than revocation.
You're correct in that revocation would be required, but as to the format that it would be brought, whether it is via a staff report for revoking or a notice of revocation, there are multiple ways that you can go about it.
I think it was, and I do apologise, I was listening, Councillor Van Osten. I think it flew a little close to the sun. That was my political reaction from it. So I will rule in favour of Councillor Wilson, noting that, but asking that you continue.
Can I also then state and acknowledge the revocation would be needed, but at some point it could have happened through a different process of us being able to work together in order to find that. Instead, it's taken this course. And I'll leave it at that. In terms of the Grey Street, Beale Street, Ulster Street proposals, that being included, stops me from being able to support the revocation. We've heard just one side of the story, and unfortunately, in our meeting today, haven't heard from many others who welcome the change and the opportunity to offer a safer environment in our communities. Kia ora and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Donovan.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, I don't have anything to add to that. I just wanted to say that. Sorry. I have 2 points to make here in support of the revocation. Point 1, community opposition. As a lover of the ocean sports and surfing in particular, I'm going to use an analogy that fits this debate. It feels to me like there has been a tsunami-like response by our community to put a halt to what is perceived as unnecessary spending. I tick yes to safety around early childcare in schools, particularly junior. I tick yes to encouraging use of public transport where appropriate, not only on a daily commute, but also for sporting and cultural events within our city. Point 2, budgetary constraints. I asked a good friend of mine who lives in another country recently and has had an extensive background in financial advisory as well as having run a successful business. I said to her, if it costs you X amount of dollars to install and upkeep an asset, how do you fund it? She said, if you can't afford it, don't buy it. Put it on your wish list for later and use the money for something else more financially viable. Why? I asked. She said, because inevitably there will be cost overruns and future financial burdens on your community. History shows that projects often come in over budget. And believe you me, as my late grandfather always used to love saying, we all end up paying for it one way or another. We have an opportunity right here and now to avoid a cost overrun and further demonstrate that we are listening to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Southgate.
Thank you. Thank you. I have supported the motion and made my views clear over time that within some of these projects I've had some concerns. Wasn't a big fan of the in-lane bus stops. I didn't think the time was right, however. And I'm not a big fan of where you find an intersection and you put impediments at all four faces in the way of humps. My strong preference for cycling, I've been really honest with all my colleagues about, which is we should be investing in separated off-road cycleways as a priority, but we'll talk about that in Access Hamilton. But clearly we need to listen to the community, and we have, and we must always look at process and think, right, is this quite right? No, it's not. Let's have a look at it again. And I'm really happy with the work that Angela's doing around that. The one out of this one, I am going to go along with this, but the one I'm slightly uncomfortable with, and I'm hoping that in the next iteration of motions there'll be something good out of that, is the Ulster Street solution. With all those children living in emergency houses there, with the speed of the traffic and the volume of the traffic on there, and schools to be accessed, I am concerned that. So I'm looking for how we can do something differently in that spot, in that stretch of roading, not necessarily as it was planned. I will say that, I'm not going to go into the finances of this because it's not going to save the day with our LTP, I can tell you right there. And it's not going to stop congestion with our population growing as fast as it is. 2.3 cars per family, more than 2 cars per family, mostly in Hamilton. Congestion will continue to be an issue unless we deal with it. In fact, I was listening to News Talk ZB yesterday on the television, and they were talking exactly about that with Aucklanders' problem with congestion as their population rises. So we have to do something. The question is, what do we do and how do we do it? One last sentence, please, Madam Chair. I absolutely 100% support safety by schools. The issue of whether the raised platform is suitable is a separate one. But we must do something to keep our children safe outside of schools and give them, I quite like the lighted crossings as a solution to that, so that traffic has to be slowed down by means of a red light. That seems sensible to me. So, yep, let's move forward to more constructive conversations about where we go from here.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. We signed up to Vision Zero, which is one of the strategies which implements, why we choose the things that we choose in terms of our transport system. We signed up to it, and many other cities and countries around the world also signed up to it because we reject the idea that traffic deaths are inevitable. We reject that they're an unfortunate and inescapable byproduct of modern society. We know we can do better. Hoboken, New Jersey, which is not a comparison I thought I'd ever make in this chamber, has achieved 0 road deaths. Not just 0 road deaths for 1 year, for 7 years after implementing and funding Vision Zero. We can choose that too. These projects haven't suddenly become unsafe or less effective, but we know that for some in the community, they're not understanding our why. They don't understand the changes that we're trying to make, and they don't believe in them. I've already spoken about my frustrations with the lack of a wide-reaching communication strategy, not just about these projects individually, but about the whole strategy and approach. But I had been under the impression that we had the ability to give feedback and give direction on some of these projects and state, a preference for some of these changes that we're now proposing. And like other elected members, I'm disappointed that we couldn't follow a different process. I can't vote for this motion or for this revocation because particularly for Ulster Street. We heard Whitiora community in here this morning. I can't think about the kids who live on Ulster Street who already have a pretty hard lot in life and also like revoke their ability to cross the street safely, which I think is a real fundamental right.
Thank you. You don't need to put your name on there. I will always come back to for the right reply, so it's all good. I noticed it went on and off. So, Councillor, oh, sorry, it is your, oh, my apologies. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair. Last week on Thursday, we heard that the low-cost, low-risk roading projects and the Road to Zero projects had led to an increase in injury accidents of, I think the staff said 66%. And I followed that up with the comment from the staff report that vulnerable people had their injury rate increased by 100%. I've heard a lot of talk about these projects about achieving safety. They aren't.
Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. The low-cost, low-risk program I've talked about in many times over the last few years, and it's really the process of the program that's flawed. You know, these projects came to us in a list, and we're not allowed to, or we're not given the opportunity to get involved in the micro detail unless, you know, it's at a workshop. But what's missing is, again, that community aspect to the program, and not just communicating with the public, but engaging with the public. The Grey Street, Beale Street, for example, you know, it's informing the public that this is happening, but not actually asking them for constructive feedback. So the process itself is not working. You know, these projects came to us because the staff have recognized you know, a need for safety improvement. So I'm not arguing the need for safety. I'm arguing that the process of how we achieve that is not working. We heard from the speakers this morning around the number of business owners being affected in the area. We heard from Cancer Society and their concern with losing car parks. So that tells me that this is not right. It's not where it should be. The Ulster Street project, I look forward to the next bit of motions because I do see a need for us to do something in that area with the number of kids in the area quite soon. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
To draw a relationship between the safety transport projects that have happened being the reason we are seeing more accidents, responding to Councillor Bidder's debate, is just wrong. I'd say that it has more to do with the fact that we have 6,100 more people living in the city with around 12,000 more cars. That aside, look, change is uncomfortable. We know that. We are a fast-growing city. We're New Zealand's fastest-growing city. And I remind us that at the last LTP, we sat here and listened to read hundreds of submissions from schools, from members of our public to get on with delivering better pedestrian crossings and better cycle facilities, and we responded to that. I recognise that it happened quickly through the opportunity of the SURF funding, but time has passed. I also recognise that, and I acknowledge that a fast-growing city comes with some pain, and these growing pains are difficult. I'm not a road designer. I don't think anyone in this chamber can claim, or certainly around the table, I don't know about the members of the audience, that we're not road engineers. And I have no more designed any of our roading projects than I dare say Councillor Wilson will design any new buildings or projects under the MEF fund, which he keeps a very watchful governance eye over. So I would like to see that narrative stop and let's start working on these issues as a team. So I'm comfortable to support the motion. I would have preferred the process under the Mayor's office to continue and have the opportunity to go ahead, but it does for the majority of things, projects and stuff that we're going to be talking about. I did hear what Deputy Principal Vanessa Cappy said about the serious potential harm that we're putting students in without taking steps to look at options. So I welcome the next motion and thank Councillor Wilson and Councillor Taylor for working with Councillor Thompson on that. I think it is time to pause and have a look at some of the work that we've done, which is why I proposed that in my Chair's report, but I will be supporting the motion. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, can I apologise to the House for using the term madness? That was inappropriate, and when I reflect on that, that was a silly thing to say. There's not one of you elected members who aren't here for the safety of our community, and I acknowledge that. So I apologise for that use of word. Two, in regards to the revocation, it may be a little clumsy, but it was my interpretation, having taken advice, that a revocation was going to need to happen. And I thank the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for their help in signing the revocation, because although they were running a parallel system, ultimately we needed to bring it to a head, and we've achieved that. So I thank them for that revocation. Can I now focus on some comments from my good friend, Councillor Anna and Councillor Louise, and I think Councillor Max. There has been a lot of commentary regarding Ulster Street and the safety argument. I'll repeat that. There's been a lot of commentary, and the justification why they can't support this has been because of that as a concern. One of the things about this local government is that we can have different opinions, but we can also walk across the aisles and chat, share ideas. And when Councillor Sarah jumped out on the phone yesterday or emailed me saying, look, could you add this back? Jeff and I said, actually, that makes sense. Yeah, let's throw that issue aside and have it rehashed. And that is the purpose of the subsequent motion, where we're addressing the concerns that were raised by the school principal. We're doing exactly what you've asked us to do within the framework that local government enables us to do. You can't ask for more than that. So I would hope that you would show the same respect and walk across the aisle and support me now, because it gets the community outcome that you're saying you want.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Right, let's go to the board and put that all to the vote. I need to stretch my back. It's been a long sitting.
The motion is carried, 11 for, 3 against.
Great, thank you. Right, now, we've got the next one up. We're going to pop that on the board, and if we can move through these, we will obviously have debate, but we are needing to stretch our backs and our legs and take a lunch break. So we'll get through this and then we'll do that. Now, Councillor Wilson, as the mover, just in terms of the first one and the second one, I think we can take both of those together, eh? You're comfortable with that? All right. And then, so committee will do that, and then we will do the further work investigation to bring back the Ulster Street project. Now, I think naturally this would be 2 debates. It'd be great if they're definitely 2 votes. So I guess we have to debate twice. So we could be here for a good another 30 minutes, or with the leave of the committee, we could just vote on them. Yeah. Councillor Wilson, it's your motion. So
I'm happy to combine both of those together if that makes it easy. Is that what you're asking, Madam Chair?
Yes. Yeah, we often have that problem here. So in terms of debate, Councillor Wilson.
You raised as well with me, right? we wanted to.
2 votes, 1 debate. That sounds like it. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
You okay? All right. So just again, for those online as well, we're going to debate this once. But the motion, the first one, we will vote for them on them separately. And the first one is to the revocation of River Road. That just flew in my mouth. Oh. And reprioritising that funding to Hayes Paddock. And then obviously the B there is the bylaw, we have to amend a bylaw for Anglesey Street. The second one is we've had lots of understanding of this, is having a look at the Abbotsford, the Ulster Street pedestrian crossing facilities. That'll come back. So you will hear debate from members on both of those things together, but we will vote separately. So Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam. Protein that you've been able to absorb prior to lunch. Colleagues, I believe that the 2 motions up there should be unanimous. And the reason I'm asserting that is A, was drafted in consultation with my good friend Sarah in terms of transferring the quantum over to Hayes Paddock. So I have no doubt, in fact, we're unified in that element. B is simply a technical component where, having been successful in the motion before, we've got to unravel a bylaw issue. So that's not even fiercely contested. And the second motion is everything that you've asked for. So it should be unanimous, because I've heard from Councillor Anna, Councillor Maxine, Councillor Louise, Councillor Sarah, that you are concerned about Ulster, that a solution has to be found. Well, that gives you the platform. It goes back, it gets re-engineered, and it falls into the next annual plan. So a rejection of that is a rejection of safety. A rejection of that is a rejection of the principal submission this morning.
Thank you. Point of order? Yes. What's your point of order?
Incorrect.
Okay, I do need explanation.
So the principal's submission this morning was about Ulster Street without an inland bus stop. It did not, to my recollection, she did not mention without a raised platform.
That's correct. That was my recollection as well. So I ruled that point of order is correct. I actually think that she said she would prefer a raised safety platform. I'd have to look back on my notes. Thank you. You don't get a lolly today. Thank you, Councillor Hutt. And the mover, the seconder of the motion, Councillor Taylor?
I don't propose to speak. I don't think it's needed.
Yeah, I like that. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I think I appreciate all of the goodwill that Councillor Wilson has put into this. However, there does seem to be some critical misunderstanding, I think, perhaps, of what the desire for Ulster Street is. As the principal said, they wouldn't, well, as the principal perhaps didn't say, she wasn't requesting Ulster Street without a raised platform. Without an inland bus stop, sure, fine, okay, great, wonderful. But my understanding from speaking with staff is that Ulster Street without a raised safety platform will not pass a safety audit. So by all means, vote for the motion, vote for A, Ulster Street without a raised platform. It will fail a safety audit and Ulster Street will have nothing. So that is why I really struggle with this, because I don't believe that to be hitting the concerns that, I have with this. The other two, I guess I can take, but we are taking them together, so I really struggle with the Ulster Street component of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I just want to note Councillor Wilson's very passionate support now for the Ulster Street project. I look forward to finding a solution that him and other colleagues will support. And I guess I just raise again, given the serious safety concerns, I hope we'll all be open-minded when we understand the safety audits and the advice from staff around ultimately the solution there. But yes, I look forward to very passionate support from Councillor Wilson here. I will take minutes.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, with regards to Ulster, I will support the motion just to keep it on the table, but I agree with Councillor Hart that it's likely to come back as a fail and we'll need a raised platform anyway if we want to do it and do it well. But I also just want to point out in terms of, I guess I'll support the first motion also, but I do have some concerns around River Road, and I note Councillor Jeff's dislike of the crossings, but I mean I live in that area and have to cross that road often to walk our dog, and it is, people go way too fast on River Road, and it is really dangerous and quite scary to cross that road with only a little safety thing in the middle. So I do look forward to, I don't see any of these motions today as completely taking anything off the table really. We can bring things back, we can have conversations, ongoing conversations with our staff about many of the things, and even the things that we've revoked. We can further discuss these things. And I know we can because we have a process through the Mayor and Deputy Mayor where we can have these conversations through our Access Hamilton Working Group and elsewhere. So just noting that, but I will be supporting both these motions.
Thank you, Councillor. I have looked back on my notes, and Deputy Principal said, I wrote, wants raised platform. So, look, I again will support this motion. I do, through the process that's been started through the Mayor's office, that's in my Chair's report, one of the things that I do want us to look at is the hierarchy of where these safety measures go. And Councillor Thompson has been raising this with all of us in workshops for quite some time now. One of the concerns for me on the Ulster Street one is absolute priority safety for the students, but it is also a minor arterial road. I've left my piece of paper at home. NZTA classify roads. I'm looking at staff member, he would wink at me if I was wrong. So those are the kinds of principles that I think we need to address through the process. And I note, committee members, that the next item that we'll be dealing with, Wairere Drive after lunch, has similar road safety measures put in place. So yeah, I'm going to support this. I do appreciate that it will come back. And Councillor Casey Cox, you're absolutely right. And isn't that the grandness of democracy, that things can come back, that we can work through them as a committee, as a council, to try and achieve the right outcomes. And as Councillor Wilson has said many times over, get the balance right. And I do apologise, Ms Southgate, I usually wait as chair to be the last speaker. I didn't see you on the list, so you're next.
Sorry, I wasn't on the list.
Okay.
Look, I think we're all on the same page. We've recognised some change needs to occur, and we've heard the public sentiment. We've all made that extremely clear today, and the process that you've been undertaking has been underway for at least 3 months, trying to grip these things up. So what I would like to say is what I need to guide me going forward is alternatives that are credible. And sometimes we have asked these questions in Access Hamilton or a workshop or a meeting. I'm not a transport engineer. I shouldn't be a transport engineer. We shouldn't be drawing and designing intersections or humps or seats, even a bus stop. We don't do that. But I do want to be given some choices about the types of treatment that we can have on our road, because I'm sure that if you look all around the world, there are other examples that work to create the same outcomes, by which I mean road safety, but also easing congestion. I think we need to think again in this space and look at some of the best practice. That's where I'm heading. I want to understand where the best practice is so that I can lean into the best practice. At the end of the day, This is not about cars versus any other mode to me. This is not about getting people out of their private vehicles. I use one myself. This is about creating a system that has choices for other people, safe choices, that whether you walk, whether you take a scooter. I've seen electric skateboards, I've seen the whole gambit. More and more people in mobility scooters. Let's just remember that. And they need some safe space to move along as well. And the pavement isn't always right for that. So there's a whole bunch of really complex issues that we've got to solve to provide a really good transport system for our community into the future, including those with special needs and requirements, our seniors, those with disabilities. They are an important part of our community as well. So when we're going forward, let's have that lens. How do we make it work for as many people as possible?
Thank you. Back to the mover for right of reply.
Madam Chair, I will take the right of reply. Can I first start by saying that I understood very clearly what the Deputy Principal was saying. She wanted a safety outcome and she had a preference for a raised platform. I appreciate Councillor Sarah's wording that she provided yesterday, where it clearly states that we're going to re-look at this, but without a raised platform, because the community feedback that I've heard says that a raised platform on a minor arterial is not best planning. I acknowledge that both Councillor Anna and Councillor Louise feel in their view that a raised platform is critical. So I understand why they would be disappointed. But I also feel that they will take the logical step of thinking, well, this process will provide some meaningful safety improvements and that they should probably support it. I do want to point out to my good friend, Councillor Maxine, her earlier comment in an earlier debate where she articulated that we should not necessarily take feedback from the public on earlier indications as the overall feeling of the community. But then you did celebrate the fact that we should listen verbatim, nearly, to the Deputy Principal, and the best way forward is a raised platform. And I'm just pointing out the inconsistency with the two. The reality here is we've all got safety of our community at heart. This process will enable a meaningful outcome, albeit without a raised platform. And Councillor Anna is right. If she would like to get a notice of motion and create a revocation on this motion at some subsequent date, she is more than entitled to do that, as this is a democracy, and that would be the only way we could bring that to change the motion being passed here today.
Thank you. Right, let's go to the board for voting. Now we're going to vote on the first one that's up on the board for those of you who have joined us online. This is the revocation, this is the reallocation of funding from River Road Footpath Western Side to the Hayes Paddock project. And it also has a bylaw amendment. So let's do that on the board. Yes.
I was of the understanding we were doing it all in one.
No, we're debating in one, we're voting separately.
Thank you for your clarity.
You're welcome. All right, so let's vote on that one.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And our last one before lunch, a well-earned lunch, dare I say. Now this is the looking again at the Ulster Street without a raised platform at this point in time, and this is going to come back in the next financial year and it will be reported to a committee. And I am very assuming that that will go to a briefing for elected members at a very early stage. So let's vote on that.
The motion is carried unanimously.
That's great. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, staff and governance. Thank you, Amy, for all of your incredible work around all of this stuff. It's not easy. We will break for lunch and we will be back at 1 o'clock. Oh, sorry, committee members, 5 minutes just quickly in the tea room, please, for a quick update from the General Manager. Thank you. let's crack on with the rest of our day. Oh, do we have quorum? Yep, cool. All right, committee members, we're on to item 8, page 18 of Diligent, and for our online viewers, this is a Wairere Drive macroscope approval that's in front of the committee today, and this is in response to a resource consent for a new pack and save out Te Rapa. So with that, we will go to Robin Denton. Good afternoon. Yes?
Read this in the report, and I possibly should have aired it earlier. I have a private business that is a supplier to foodstuffs.
Okay, so,
Does it?
yep.
I don't feel conflicted,
Yep.
but I'd just like it.
Just registering an interest,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
a conflict of interest.
Yeah,
If you're,
yeah.
yep, that's
Okay.
fine, we can do that. Yep, thank you, councillor. Right, Robin, over to you, thank you.
Good afternoon, elected members. I will take the report as read, noting that this is a topic that we have discussed previously, the development as such, and also note that we have had a written submission received from Foodstuffs, which I understand is loaded in Diligent and is on the last page. Is that correct, Amy? Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Right. Well, I have an obvious question. Do we have to do this, given it was from the resource consent? And what happens if the committee turned it down today?
My understanding is if the committee turn it down today, then we end up in a similar situation we were when we were looking at the speed limit. It frustrates the consent, and that then puts us into a legal situation.
And would that mean that the supermarket can't go ahead, or
Yes.
it would?
Yeah. So the signalisation of the intersection, the inclusion of the raised safety platforms are specific conditions in the consent.
Okay. And just on the raised safety platform as a condition of the consent, again, so I think you've just said, right, so we have to go through with it, even though this is a major ring road. Well, it is the ring road, isn't it?
Yes.
We just have to do it.
Yes, I think we've been in discussions with FENS. We can certainly look at the approach and departure slopes to minimise the impact that it will have, while still recognising that there will be some safety benefits from that. So, and that's where we're happy to continue to work with the Foodstuffs consultants on that.
And just one last question. Conditions of consents, and I do know the answer, but I want to ask it for, because we're in a public format here, but conditions of consents, who monitors and enforces conditions of consents?
Our council.
We do. Okay, so we don't really have a choice, and we also need to monitor that, even if the committee, given the discussion we've had this morning, if the committee just didn't want to go with raised safety platforms, if we didn't put them in, we'd be monitoring ourselves and the conditions of the consent. What's the consequence of not applying a condition of consent? Let's say the works we're sort of halfway through.
I'm not an expert in around
Chris,
RMA and consent,
Chris,
sorry.
Alan,
Yeah,
Ken?
I think it's important to know that this is remember that this is a private development. Paying for it is their condition of consent. Our regular team would have no option but to take enforcement action against them for not complying with their condition of consent.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely. I think their pack and save would want to review their condition of consent. They just want to get on with it.
Yeah.
I think if we didn't approve it today, I think, the judicial reviews and all sorts of potential outcomes for us, as we talked about in a protracted way, and the previous times this has come up to council.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Councillor Van Austin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for those questions. They were also on my list. We also, and we know that the speed limit will be reducing to 60 in that area from the lights, the back. Is that right? To the lights.
Yeah, so the speed
beyond?
limit reduction goes from Arthur Porter Drive up and over the railway bridge through to Puketi.
All that
Because
way, yeah,
otherwise we were going to end up with a sort of very short section of 80 that didn't make
That's
any
right, yeah.
sense.
You needed area to slow down in. Well, and around other parts of the city where we do have road safety platforms, there's a recommended speed limit on how you should navigate it. Will that also be there?
Yes, so there'll be the sign with the recommended speed over that speed limit.
Okay, which probably isn't 60.
For this one, we're probably looking at a 50 because that's the side impact into a vehicle. That's a recommended sort of.
And that's in
higher
case
speed.
anybody didn't respect the red light.
Correct, or makes an error.
And the other point I think worth asking about is with regard to comms. We know that this isn't our work, but it's on our road, and we also know the attitude of quite a few people online about these treatments. How might we, as the council, be able to work with the Pack and Save to create a positive message and story about this?
So as part of the corridor access approach, there is a requirement to ensure for any roadworks that people get appropriate notification. And so that would be hooked into that, and we'll certainly be working with Loredana and the team to make sure that we're working with the foodstuffs team to get the combined message out to everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Robin.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Angela. My question is, I think, to Robin or Chris. Can I just draw your attention to D, where it implies that all the intersection changes will be at the cost of foodstuffs, but then it clearly says, subject to safety audit, corridor access approval requirements. Can you explain that in more detail? And can you explain why it's in a sentence where you've said on one hand it's at foodstuffs cost, but these other things may financially fall on other parties, one assumes. So I need that clarity.
Okay. So the consent again was very clear that as part of the design process that there are the need for safety audits to be completed. That is at their cost. That's part of the standard design process, and it's standard for developers when they're doing these sorts of things. So it's not exclusive. That the safety audit costs are inclusive, and the corridor access approval is approval of the one that there's no other major works happening in the area, so that's around coordinating works and trying to minimise the impact on the network, but also approval of their temporary traffic management and the comms associated with that, and they're normal processes that people have to go through.
So, Madam Chair, I wonder if we could ask staff to change the wording a little bit to reflect what you've just said, Robin. The way I currently read it, and I couldn't support it in its current form, is leaves a lot of ambiguity. So in theory it should be at foodstuff at their cost, full stop, and it then should be foodstuff needs to ensure they meet safety audit and corridor access approval requirements. The way you've worded it, it is just a poor use of English and leaves ambiguity.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm happy to move with those changes. Yeah. Because the word, otherwise it's subject to the costs.
Exactly.
Yep. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll move anyway as we move forward. And Councillor Wilson, did you want to second that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe?
Yes, just
in terms of when the work actually happens, is there, would we know whether it's, how long it's going to take? Is it daytime, nighttime, Christmas time? Would we have any control over the timing of it?
So that's all part of that corridor access approval process.
Okay.
Looks at that sort of thing. Yes. So it looks at the methodology they're going to use, how long it's going to take, the time of year. Obviously, we don't want this work happening around Christmas at that particular location. We always have a works moratorium in place for the city on major routes and around Christmas. And so, that it's subject to all of those normal processes.
Thank you, Robert.
Robin, just on that, are we able to, I'm just reflecting on Councillor Hutt's comments, which I fully support and debate around communications and stuff. Is there anything that the committee, and reflecting on Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe's concerns, can do or can not instruct, I don't want us to do that with the corridor access, but or have some assurances around some of those high-level principles, given the things that we've talked about today, the issues with comms, because I think it's right that there could be some miscommunication that happens, or no communication, then suddenly the public's up in arms about safety platforms or the cost and wasteful spending, and we're in a runaway. We're trying to chase a runaway car against. Is there anything that we can provide or get assurances through that the corridor access can look at some of that stuff? And I'm assuming that, given this is a commercial area predominantly, that those works would happen at night rather than in peak hour. Can you imagine? So are we able to flex there?
Yeah, I guess we just need to be really careful about requiring to work at night, because some works are fine to work at night.
Yeah, I know it's not always that cut and dry.
No, and in this case where you're putting in traffic signals and you're dealing with power and all of those sorts of things, there are huge risks for doing that work at night. So we've got to be careful about that worker safety as well. So the methodology is something that we can work through, and we will certainly work very closely with them for that. I'm happy to, work with elected members' comms around some key messages that we would like to see included, perhaps.
I think the committee would. I think the committee would appreciate some high-level oversight of that without it being too much of a formal process.
Do we add that as another note, perhaps?
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll work on something there. Cool, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Wilson, did you have questions?
It was, we're just in questions, right? I guess, Chair, I wonder if we should be adding an E that talks about that Foodstuffs needs to prepare a communications plan that they need to advise the community of the entire project, as it is their project. Right? First limb, second limb, that staff to work with Foodstuffs on a project implementation plan that minimises disruption and encourages work outside of peak travel hours. Now, that's broad enough, but I think it's meaningful.
Right, so while Amy's working on that, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. I appreciate the efforts that are being made here to be more explicit. You'd heard me say a little bit earlier about less business, less effect on business. I'm interested, Robin, in seeing what the plan comes up with, because given what we've done with the Horsham Downs, and I know all the reasons for it, but it's had a huge business disruption because the whole road is affected at one time. There's no even slip lane or way of getting through, which I did support and ask to be considered. In this case, it's not just about peak time though, is it? It's really about business continuity as well, people being able to access the business. So it's not just a matter of it's going to be worse at peak time. We have to allow people to get to the business, don't we?
Yes, and at this stage, I'm not foreseeing that we're looking at road closures to do this.
Right.
But there might be some opportunities perhaps at night to do some closures that allow some of that bulk work to be done. So that's where I think there are various components of the project, and they can be delivered at various times during the day and night, and that would be what we're working with them to work out the best way of doing that.
Cool, thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, are we, and committee, I'm guided here, in F, request staff work with foodstuffs on the development of a communication plan to inform the community of the project. That doesn't circle back to elected members in any way. Can we, I don't want it to be, you know, to come back to a committee. I think that's inappropriate, but...
To the chair of, what's that?
Through the Chief Executive's report?
Yeah, that's great, yeah.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Request staff work with foodstuff implementation to enable works.
Bottom point, because isn't that what Robin talked about being able to do through the
corridor access?
The corridor access work, and would that be going over the top of that sort of work, Robin?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Yep, Councillor
Just
Donovan.
briefly, just a grammatical error.
Yeah, no, give her a minute.
Okay. I'm just one of those blue dots.
Okay. All right, so look, that seems to be all the questions. That's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Look, it's an unusual one, this one, but for me, it's economic growth versus job creation, and I reflect back on the journey that this has taken, and I went through my notes and that with the considerations and shifting perspectives. In December 2020, actually, I lent my initial support to the proposal, but it was contingent on public submissions. We got over 700 submissions back, with 80% of them opposed to lowering the speed from 80 to 60, and that resonated with me because it is a main arterial route. So my votes aligned and echoed with the feedback, as did many other, certainly the majority, and it sort of fell flat on the table. Then we got a letter from Pack and Save to reconsider, and in December 2021, my notes say that some committee members, I wasn't here for that vote, underwent a change of heart, and that's not a criticism, just an observation of the difficult weighing up of a main arterial route that is supposed to be able to be travelled outside the city at 80k with the economic growth of a new supermarket. Time has moved on, obviously. We have, as we know, are now the fastest growing city in New Zealand. I also know anecdotally, like many of you, that driving through that area, you can't do 80. You just can't. Coming out of the current supermarket that's there, turning left at any time after 3:30, trying to get onto that Te Rapa Road and then onto Wairere, you can see the traffic congestion is immense, and it just is at a standstill. So I guess I'm saying that because I would suggest to the public who, when they hear of this news, that they may be dissatisfied with the outcome of the slowing of the speed, of a raised safety platform, of pedestrian lights and access, that is a small sacrifice to pay, that this committee has unanimously gone on that journey, very difficult journey, and weighed that up. But it is a small sacrifice to pay for speed, for a promise of a new supermarket. And I did a little Google exercise the other day, and there are in the immediate distance of around 550 metres, there are 300 homes, so that's about a 6-minute walk to a new supermarket. So it's about economic growth and weighing those up. It's one of the more difficult decisions, I think, in this committee that we've had over the years, and I appreciate and look forward everyone's unanimous support on that today. Thank you. Councillor Wilson is seconder to the motion.
Yeah, very briefly, I fully endorse what you've just said. I'm reminded of the hierarchy of decision-making when the resource consent was given, when the commissioners turned their mind to having heard the evidence, they made a decision.
and they put a hook in there, and staff rightly having to follow the resource consent said the only way we can achieve the signalised crossing is having a raised platform, and we were captured. We have then, as a consequence, tried to do everything to mitigate in a meaningful way, but the cascade of effects were somewhat hung by our own petard, right?
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very good example of what has gone so horribly wrong with the Resource Management Act and resource consents. I see that the application for a consent was made in 2018, so this is 6 years into the process for a supermarket. Resource consents are supposed to be processed in 20 working days. There is a provision for major projects. Major projects was supposed to be hydroelectric dams, not supermarkets. Now a major project is a duplex. So something is wrong with our system. And the result of that is we're getting an outcome that is wrong. Yes, there's been a process that's been gone through, which Councillor Ewan and Deputy Mayor Angela have mentioned, and we have been hoisted by our own petard. But even so, I cannot support a raised crossing in this location.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Sarah has reminded me again today that I need to put my hand up for this one because I am partially responsible for this outcome in a way. Initially, I was very anti the idea of an arterial route being reduced in speed and concerned about the need to conserve our ring road and the integrity of it. I subsequently did a 179 and thought about the need for the supermarket, and so I changed my view on that, and unfortunately we are kind of forced into a position where in order to put the lights in, etc., we need to put in the accompanying stuff. So it is what it is. And Sarah, I hope you're happier now.
Councillor Thompson.
My only comment was, would Councillor Taylor be happy to front the communications plan for this? Thank you.
Mayor Southgate.
Yeah, you were right, Madam Chair, in setting out the project. It went back and forth, and people were on different sides of the political argument all through that. Some supported it this way, that way, then again this way, and there was a lot of flipping and flopping going on by all sorts of people. And I've been accused of that in the past, so I love to use a little bit of flip-flop reminder on someone else, just saying, not going to mention names, but we all know who we're talking about. But this, we must work with those most affected by our projects, that's clear. We have to work with the businesses because they've got to be viable and sustainable through a work period. Now you've got to crack eggs to make an omelette though. So to make progress for our city, we are going to have to do some things with cones, with the dreaded orange cones. And you can see cones in two ways. They're a reminder of a bump you didn't like, or they're a reminder that this city is growing and developing and putting good infrastructure in place in some places. And I believe it is. I really do. Not every single raised crossing across the city is bad. We had zero, I'm just going to say again, zero reaction to the one on Te Araha Grey Street when I was involved in that, I don't know, 7 years ago now, except from a fantastic response from the school. That's the one on the roundabout on the corner of Grey and Te Araha. They're very low and slopey, and there's some questions. They're a little bit different from ones we've seen later, but they're there all the same. So let's not always throw the baby out with the bathwater, and just because we hear the words hump or speed hump or something, we go in and go down that track. It's about the right solution for the right place. And I actually support, however, the motion that's being put up, because I think in this instance, after all that political churn and after all that technical work that we're doing, we will get a good outcome for both the supermarket and the local community that travel that road.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. I was looking at at figure 4 on page, what is this, 24, am I on the right page, and with the macroscope design, and I was cringing because I can just picture congestion and standstill traffic just not going anywhere for a longer period of time. And, you know, having another supermarket is amazing. It's, you know, it's competition in the market and new offering and bringing in more customers, but it also will have an impact on the overall traffic flows, because that's a lot of people in that area who are not there at the moment. So I have heard, you know, I've been a part of this story for the last few years, and we all want to see the supermarket there, and we want that area to thrive and the community to thrive, but I'm going to support it because of the overall economic growth that we'll see, but I am quite worried, I guess, is just about the congestion in that entire precinct. You can't even get into and out of the base on a normal weekend anymore, so not sure how it's going to impact the overall traffic flows.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of a little confused. I can't remember which way I voted on this back in the day. Yeah, could you, if you've got it there? I do remember it was early on in my role in hearings and engagement, and in particular in traffic. But look, it's kind of crazy, and I'm using that word because I can't think of a more appropriate or politically correct word to use, to think that people are going to walk to the supermarket. I mean, Pack and Save, by very nature of its name, is about buying in bulk, so people are going to drive. So there's going to be more cars driving to the supermarket to get their groceries. Making it accessible for walking, biking and mobility scootering is, yes, I understand that, because not everyone will drive their car there, but at the end of the day, the vast majority of people probably will. And I think I'm fairly qualified to talk on that, given my experience in dealing with supermarkets. Did you know that New Zealand has one of the highest rates per square metre of retail space in the developed world? So my own personal feelings are that Pack and Save is going to be great for that northern region to support, but we are so overshopped, it's not funny. And all that company is going to do is take business away from the other stores in and around that area. But I do like the fact that the raised safety platform could potentially undergo some slight modifications to get it through the RMA. And just one last point is the supermarket out there has been talked about since, I think, the early 90s, when I was first kicking around in FMCG. So to see it finally come to fruition, I guess, is a good and bad thing. Here endeth.
Councillor Hart. I don't have a lot to say on the actual intersection design itself. I think it's fairly straightforward, and I certainly do not want to have a judicial review. But I thought I might just enlighten my colleague who may not have heard of Dick Quacks, who was an Auckland City Councillor, who in a meeting... Who Sorry, no, I'm the one telling you guys, just to be clear, who once in a council meeting expressed his concern or scepticism that people do anything other than drive to a supermarket, and, you know, for his infamy became a meme
If you've ever heard the term quaxing, which is where you go by bike or public transport to the supermarket, it has its own section in his Wikipedia page. So I just wanted to reassure that other councillors at times have made similar comments, and the internet has promptly proven them wrong.
Thank you, Councillor. Mangai Hill.
Kia ora. Thoroughly enjoyed the debate this morning, and I tried to jump in the conversation and to make a contribution, and I couldn't quite find the key debate, so I just wanted to thank everyone for the debate and learning. There's a saying, learning, you fail and you learn, and so I think that's quite reflective of this morning. Can I, in terms of this matter, the issue around traffic and certainly the economic benefits have been raised, but can I just raise one other concern? It's not actually the pack and save, it's probably the location and more so the trolleys. Many of you may or may not have seen my work I do in terms of the river. Boy oh boy, I think I might have picked up a pack load of trolleys from the river, particularly in and around the bridges. And the other issue is lime scooters. So when we think about traffic and businesses, we've got to look at the byproduct of all that, and where it actually ends up. And so often our rivers are targeted for that. So gullyways, river system, lakes is where people throw their lime scooters and trolleys. So just want to make our team aware of the byproduct of economic gains and what it means for the ecosystem and environment from a social and cultural environmental perspective. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Noel. Thank you. Just a quick writer reply, because I can't help myself. I'm a little concerned that there are some members that feel, as Councillor Wilson has pointed out, that there's a choice here. This is a resource consent, and I'm not going to take a step that will put us towards a judicial review. So I'm concerned about the debate from Councillor Bidder and Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe. This is about growth, and look, it's a compromise, and I think a lot of us don't, some of us don't like the idea of a raised safety platform, but there's not really any choice. And in terms of responding to Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, there's congestion there now, and it's significantly bad, and there are no safety platforms anywhere in sight. So it's not about that. Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hutt put it more eloquently than I just wrote, what a load of rubbish. People walk to the supermarket all the time, all the time. So again, look, we already have congestion. This is about economic growth of the city. These are the trade-offs that we're going to have to face more and more as our city grows. And just on that final note, Councillor Donovan, I can tell you that you kept your vote against the last two times, so you're about to flip-flop today, right now, and but Councillor Taylor takes out the award for the most flip-flops through the whole process. So congratulations, Councillor Taylor. All right, so with that, thank you, committee. We'll put that to the vote on. Thank you. Bless you.
The motion is carried, 12 for, 2 against.
Great, all right. Item 9, Parking Policy Alignment Review. Now, committee members, this we've got a motion, and I'm happy to move it. There's going to be a little bit added to it to plain English things, basically, and I've got support from the General Manager on this. But can we please keep this in the brief of the report, which is an alignment for the future decisions for LTP on paid parking. This is a tweak to the policy. Can we please keep it within the scope and not go down a massive rabbit hole about the to's and froms of free or paid parking? We will be doing that. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We will be doing that in LTP process. So with that ground rule set, and it's been moved by Councillor Wilson, who would like to second that? Someone would. Oh, Councillor Thompson, thank you. So over to you, Glenn and Gordon. Thank you.
Thank you, elected members. I'll just take the report as read. It's pretty straightforward, minor changes, and as Deputy Mayor Angela noted, not intended to predetermine any LTP decisions. happy to take questions.
Thank you. And one of the, just in terms of the plain English committee members, things like integrated multimodal plan, when we were at Councillor Hutt's latest Access Hamilton, and thank you for, there were quite a few members there, we all agreed that we need to plain English this stuff up. So integrated multimodal plan doesn't mean a lot to the public. So we're leaving that in the sharp hands of the staff. Are there any questions? There doesn't. Oh yes, Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
How come we're doing this now instead of after the LTP decision's made?
So happy to answer that. This is to enable any changes that the LTP might determine come the 1st of July 2024 to happen immediately.
And that's because the LTP decisions will be fees and charges,
yes,
which is a separate process.
All right.
So not required to add fees and charges into the policy as such.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, there doesn't appear to be any more questions. All right, thank you, team. Thank you for that. Councillor Wilson as the mover.
Madam Chair, I don't need to add.
Yep, no. Yep, yes, yep, I agree as the seconder. Is there any debate? There is none. All right, let's move straight to the vote then. On the board, just for. There we go.
The motion is carried unanimously.
All right, page 60, item 10. Now, I did send an email. It's become standard business practice and efficient meeting time to indicate if there are any questions prior on these matters for information only. Just noting on page 60, committee members, that this is it is delegating approval to myself and the Deputy Chair, Councillor Van Osten, to work with staff to finalise the submission. That always comes back through the exec updates anyway. So, and we have had this circulated, and I don't believe that staff got any feedback from elected members, so on that submission. Yeah. So no one's let me know that there are any questions on that report. So with that, I will move that the report be received. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Van Osten. I don't need debate. That's for information. All right. All those in favour say aye. Aye. There are none opposed. That's carried. I will move to exclude the public. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. There are none opposed. That's carried. Thank you. All right. We'll just wait for everything to turn off and. Good work, everyone.